How is it going, ladies and gentlemen? I don't usually start the streams so early in connection to the start time itself, but circumstances, yada yada, all that wonderful, juicy nonsense that we love here on the interwebs. But it's Zimcast 99, so originally for people who have been following me, any regular rate, once again, in that case, I thank you so much for being a part of this community, helping me out in any way, shape, or form. But the stream was originally going to be set to like 5 in the morning, and I was going to go on for honestly as much as I could. And that unfortunately fell through. And yeah, we're just posting some things on the stream here. So again, still working on the book. A lot of this being cut down is also due to the fact that I just want to work on other projects as well. So the book being one of them. The first video that's going to be on the Patreon is going to be there. So that's going to be really fun to do. And I'm super excited for that. Along with other things, like we still need to come up with a shirt for the Chibi Zogra. It's gonna be interesting. We're either gonna do movie fan K or something else. So again, if anyone during the stream has got an idea for a fun little caption for this guy, be sure to let me know. And then, of course, outside of YouTube itself, we know I multi-stream to Twitch. I also stream to Facebook because I'm a complete boomer. But then BitChute, Odyssey, and then all these other websites, Patreon, Instagram, X, etc., are all places where you can find my content or me saying things to keep me up with what's going on. And then there's also the fact that we've got a few people in the back, but we'll hold off for a little bit. Good day, sir. Thank you. Hello, Minecraft world. Kyoji, how's it going, man? It is the big 99, and of course, give Kyoji a like and a sub. He tagged me in a recent video, and I always want to give back to my friends, people who have helped me on cases like this. So once again, thank you. And then God Goji 1993. The Heisei fans have arrived. Thank you. But enough beating around the bush. Let's add a few people who are here to say hello. Well, the first of which is ZC Monster, sponsored by Amazon. How's it going?
Hello.
It feels like it's different because in this case it's me doing the stream on a Friday, not you.
Yeah. I mean, because I'm kind of working doing a closing shift today, which I don't start until much later in the day. So,
okay.
So I got
awesome.
some time here.
That's good. Was good. Brandine was good. And again, he goes by Skull Ghidorah on DeviantArt. If you guys got any figures that you want custom painted or any little thingy D's done too, be sure to give him a like, a follow, or a request. Man needs money. Yeah, we all need money around here.
Oh, yes.
But yeah, so everything's been crazy, right? Yeah. So there's been a lot of bad things happening. A lot of things that might have been bad. For those who are unaware, we'll get to the big thing in just a second. I want to cover it really quickly and only how it pertains to Godzilla. And then outside of that, we're not talking about it for the rest of our stream. But outside of that big event, there was a recent possible similar event that happened at my college. Thankfully, I was not anywhere near campus when everything started to go down, but I got a lot of phone calls, got a lot of messages, people asking me if I'm okay or wondering what's up. And yeah, in those cases, I'm doing okay. I'm fine. And yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy what's been going on these past few days.
Mm-hmm. It's definitely crazy to say the least. And in most cases, I would say generally would not bother me because being an individual, it's easy to be atomized and then desensitized to situations like this if you're pretty like on the up and up or vigilant. Of course, that doesn't mean you always will be. Anything can happen, but in a lot of cases, it's easier to not feel as affected by these when you're just a single person. But among other recent changes, which those may come up down the line, you might see some other changes on the channel, but um, not to get too personal, but it definitely puts me in a situation now where I'm a little bit more responsible for other people in my life and how they're feeling about it because they are so close to me now becomes something that affects me. And I would say, like, with full transparency, uh, how they're feeling about this definitely affected sort of where my mindset was when it came to the stream. Because full transparency, I wasn't even planning to maybe do the stream today. I was probably going to move it to another day, like either further into October or something, in order to have the proper amount of energy that was appropriate for a momentous occasion. But the other thing too is that if you're going to do Zimcast 99, it's better to at least have the show go on, do what you need to do, so that we can keep doing our regularly scheduled programming, which is dunking on bad takes or engaging with takes that I find to be on the more interesting side. And yeah, because we're going to be covering 3 videos at least today, 4 actually, which one of those will spawn into a video that I'm going to work on as well. But yeah, so yeah, I think that you just gotta keep on keeping on in cases like this.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm. Like I would say, like might as well not specifically mention things pertaining to what happened, except for the fact that there was a assassination, and
Yeah. Oh god.
yeah, that sucks. Definitely, I would say that like certain people's statements about it are telling. I'm of the opinion that I'm not really going to talk about it on the channel or really on my personal stuff, only because like I don't need to like make my voice heard about the situation outside of the fact that it's awful. People who do know me know that I am definitely more on the darker humor side, but it's also a case to me where if you're gonna talk about something or have a bit of dark humor about it, a level of distance from when the event actually happened, I believe, is appropriate, because then it doesn't feel like you're just exploiting it for tragedy. Which, or regardless of how you feel about whether you think it's something to be celebrated or tragic, I think that you just don't need to get your quote unquote dunks in like right as it's happening, which is when we'll transition into this one. This is the only time I'll bring it up here. Got someone else in here, another regular. It is the world of Minecraft.
Hello.
How's it going, man?
Pardon any. Good. I'm not going to be here for a while. Depending on how long the stream goes, I might come back. But right now, I'm just getting myself some breakfast.
Yeah, no, that's totally fine.
Yeah, pardon any background noise.
Yeah.
If you ask me, like Alistair Haken pretty much made who posted a video about this last night. He kind of like put it best. It's like it doesn't really matter like what side of the particular spectrum that you're pretty much on. Like it's like a tragic event, and the fact but it's also like one that could have some like serious implications in terms of like what like how are people gonna like be able to like go about learn from this going forward, as far as because like the guy had like an opinion that people didn't controversial or not, that people didn't really agree with, and whether or not that's even the reason like why this happened.
Yeah, like for me, the thing is that like I'd say like none of it is okay in that sense. Like let it be, and that's about it. The way I see it.
I have literally just been looking at all of this and basically saying, it's like, at what point is enough enough?
It's like,
Yeah, we're talking about that. We're talking about that.
Mhm.
Oh yeah.
But
Yeah.
I'd say like there's no point dwelling on it too much. My entire stance and the only reason why I brought it up is purely due to the fact that um I think that it's not really appropriate if you're gonna bring up like use Godzilla as a means to further your agenda in that aspect. I think it's disgusting. It's deplorable, and that's pretty much about it. And if the argument and the stance is, well, if we can't do that, then we shouldn't have any of the fun stuff as well. I'm completely fine with that as well. I'd say none of it. If we have to go to the absolute, then that's fine with me personally.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
fair.
But outside of that, I'd say I didn't really get to say hello to you proper, Minecraft. How have you been for the most part? I know you said you're not going to be on here for too much.
Yeah, no, I have been doing just fine recently. I've been reading Jurassic Park, which has been quite the fun time. Um, in fact, I'm almost done with it. I've also been doing a Guillermo del Toro movie watch through, which, quick chill, I set up a stream talking about his movies set for October 9th, his birthday. So that's going to be fun.
Oh,
Nice.
Yeah.
That's really good.
There's be the Alfred Hitchcock movie playing at my theater for free.
Ooh.
yep.
Yeah. I got around to watching Crimson Peak yesterday, and I'm very surprised how much I enjoyed that one.
I have not
Yeah.
seen that film in a while.
Yeah, I've been meaning to give that a rewatch at some point because I remember really liking it. So
Yeah.
I don't think it was like the best, but it was definitely fun.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I watched it in a Discord server with some friends. All three of us went in blind, and all three of us came out saying that was really good.
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Yeah,
But
I was hoping to organize a watch. I was hoping to organize a watch party for Pacific. I was hoping to organize a watch party for Pacific Rim, but sadly that fell through.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Yeah.
Question: what are your thoughts on Monsters vs. Aliens, the DreamWorks movie? Because I love it. 9 out of 10. It's a fun movie. I liked it. I know for me, definitely because he is the kaiju insert, Insectosaurus was my favorite out of those out of the monsters. And for what it was a fun little movie. I forget, did it get a TV show too, or am I misremembering
Yeah,
that?
it did.
It did.
Yeah,
Okay.
Monsters vs. Aliens did get a TV show.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it did.
When?
I think it was like a year after the film released.
Yeah, because I felt like every DreamWorks film got a TV show after it's like its first or its second film. Because the one I always remember is the Kung Fu Panda one, which is one I watched a little bit more religiously.
Yeah, there was the Kung Fu Panda one. There were like three different four now How to Train Your Dragon ones.
Yeah. That was what I watched. I watched the Defenders of Berk series, and then I just wasn't able to keep up with the rest.
Race to the Edge was the one that I watched a lot, and Race to the Edge was great. Sorry, I have Rose Puppy with me. If you want to say hi.
Hello.
Hello.
And then we got Afri Gamer. What's going on? It's just going. We're chilling, enjoying things. But yeah. But I think mine's well, since we have you here in Minecraft. We're gonna start the first of the couple of videos, which is it's one by Donnie Winner. It's called Godzilla Has Broken a Major Barrier. I think it's like an interesting little video talking about his perspective on where the franchise is, as well as where the franchise was around the time of 2014. So let's do the screen of sharing. As
So
always.
to look back at how far Godzilla's come.
In a way, kind of, but mostly about like the strength of Godzilla as a character. So, and since this isn't a super long video, we'll just do it at like 1.5 times speed because, again, I have lost the ability to watch YouTube videos at a normal pace.
I firmly believe Godzilla has broken an important barrier we don't discuss enough. And this is probably going to be possibly a controversial Godzilla hot take. I don't know. I will see how you all react. But one thing that I've really appreciated lately has been the thoughtful conversations I'm growing up with Godzilla. I think the thing I love most is that I get to learn from other people why they like certain films, including films that I may not strongly appreciate. And these conversations have really made me think about Godzilla's staying power and how he has broken through the important barrier of maintaining staying power and relevance and a contemporariness that we don't see other franchises achieving necessarily.
Before we continue, I'd say, what are y'all's thoughts when it comes to the idea of Godzilla having a kind of cultural relevance and staying power, and what you believe has sort of kept the franchise going?
I would say in a broad sense, yeah, he's right that Godzilla has a cultural staying power, partially because Godzilla thematically has always been multiple times applicable. The fact that Return of Godzilla specifically has been able to continue the themes of the original in a modern sense only proves that. And then obviously -1, albeit in a different context, applied some similar aspects to what 54 and Return, hell, even Shin did, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I
I'm kind of right there with Minecraft there.
Yeah. Hell, I'd argue the MonsterVerse translated some aspects of it too.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I think that generally, when it comes to Godzilla maintaining relevance, looking back at the Showa era, you have obviously the original Godzilla, which is that cultural milestone, and Raids Again, despite how much I love it, continues on, makes a fair bit of money. They put it on ice. Toho is allowed to experiment, and then you get another big cultural event, which is King Kong versus Godzilla, and that definitely sets Godzilla off into becoming what he'll later become, which is that cultural icon. And the thing too with the series is that it's also riding this wave of kaiju mania in the Showa era, all up until obviously Japan experiences its own economic problems in the later 60s and 70s, and so Godzilla's put on ice. And that time that Godzilla is spent not being present is what allows Godzilla to cement itself in Japan's identity and its popular culture. And I think that even though Godzilla has not been the most popular thing to come out of Japan, unfortunately for us Godzilla fans, it still is something there at the bedrock of what people think of when they think of popular Japanese culture today, because so many people who were influenced by Godzilla or other things that spawned off from Godzilla, like Ultraman, would create many other impactful works. So
yeah,
I think that generally that's what's important.
Godzilla himself, I was just about to say this, Godzilla himself is the face of a genre, akin to a similar way to how Goku, even if he isn't the first, is pretty much the face of anime. Godzilla is the face of tokusatsu, of the kaiju genre, of the trope of the giant monster. Even if he didn't start the trope, he basically became the modern version of it.
Mm-hmm. I think, yeah, that's something to consider, is that oftentimes when people think of the face of a certain genre, it's less like the first and more of what is the, like, what had the biggest impact. Like, I think that many cases people don't think of like Wolfenstein as being the face of the first person shooter, even if it was one of the earliest examples, if not the earliest. When people think of something like Halo, or when they think of shooters, if they're big into like modern military World War II stuff, they think of Call of Duty. And I think that's important. But then once Godzilla has cemented itself as part of like the burgeoning eruption of Japanese popular culture outside of Japan itself too, you get the Heisei series, which is sort of a refinement of the Showa era in terms of bringing Godzilla and all of the like most iconic characters into what was at the time the modern age. And say what you will again about those films as well, that time period was really Godzilla being on top for the most part. And I don't think anyone can deny that, because of the fact of how important like the Heisei Godzilla as a design on its own is to the image of Godzilla.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
the only real competition at that time for Godzilla in general was Ultraman and Gamera, and even then, the latter was viewed as cheap and schlocky and only hung on by a thread by the later half of the series.
Mm-hmm.
Quite literally, in fact.
Well, the other thing too to consider is the fact that Gamera kind of died like with a whimper. So,
Yeah.
as much as people in the West or like outside of Japan talked about Gamera, it wasn't with the same kind of staying power that Godzilla had.
It wasn't with the same reverence either.
Yeah.
Staying power, let alone reverence. It was only until the 90s that Gamera really carved a name for himself, and even then, it's like people have only really talked about those movies in passing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And with Ultraman, I would say too, in all honesty, I think that had you not gotten something like Power Rangers and we gotten like a westernized version of Ultraman, I think Ultraman might have replaced Super Sentai as the sort of spandex type of hero that was coming out of Japan. It would have been interesting to see what would have happened if instead of you get a new like Power Rangers series like every couple of years, it was like a Americanized Ultraman series every couple of years. Because I would say, like, for a lot of people, Power Rangers is what they think of instead of Super Sentai. And again, we did get like the Ultraman Tiga series on Fox, but it did not have the same westernization that Power Rangers did, that I think allowed Power Rangers to sort of stay within the zeitgeist of America or other countries in comparison to Super Sentai and Power Rangers.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But the other thing too to consider is that now, since Ultraman has become more widespread, more people are talking about Ultraman. More people are discovering the series. The Mill Creek stuff is still pretty readily available.
The fact that Ultraman just recently got an American adaptation on Netflix, and it was quite successful.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's also something that was in the back of my mind too, where you have an Ultraman that shares a lot in common with the original series, but does a lot to appeal to that Western market. But I also think too, just because of how much we've been inundated with popular culture outside of America, more people are open to Japanese material, specifically sub stuff or stuff just coming directly out of Japan instead of needing the westernization that comes with
it helps that this stuff is way more accessible.
Accessibility is always key in a lot of cases.
Barnes and Nobles has a select space for manga. The fact that Ultraman itself uploads directly to YouTube. Toho is incredibly active on social media sites with news, whether it be figures, merch, and stuff. And just, it's all easy to find, even if it is behind a minuscule paywall. And even then, piracy is a thing.
Yeah, well, that's the thing too, is that like, as much as like I have my gribbles, however you say it, with piracy, I think that piracy has helped a lot in terms of bringing certain things over from one culture to another. God Goji says he's got to bounce. Thank you for coming on, or just saying hi. And then Antonio's in. I'm sorry, Antonio. I know we were supposed to start so much earlier, and that would have allowed you to come on. But yeah, it's just I'm sorry. But I'm happy that you're coming on and saying hey. And I just saw Pena. How's it going, my man? Good to see you on as always. But going back to Godzilla 2, I think another thing to consider also is the fact that, again, it is Zimzilla 99. You can't do a Zimzilla 99 stream or anything without mentioning 98. The thing, too, with 98 that I think I have another gripe with it is the fact that you have the name of Godzilla that, had it done something to be more applicable to the franchise, it wasn't trying to trace trends or be so different, then I think we would have gotten what we have gotten now with Godzilla more quickly. Like 2014, despite like my issues with it too, brought back what is, for all intents and purposes, a pretty traditional Godzilla. And because of the success of Godzilla 2014, it gave Toho more reason to make a Godzilla movie. And he talks about Shin Godzilla in this video. Shin Godzilla, despite what my two co-hosts here think of it, I still think there's a lot of merit in the film for what it is.
That's not to say the film doesn't have any merit. Actually, I would like to add on to your point. I think it was not just G14. I think it was the double whammy of both G14 and Pacific Rim that really is what kickstarted that. Because like the term kaiju with Pacific Rim, I remember OmniViewer talking about this. Kaiju was kind of cemented into popular culture as a term with Pacific Rim. If anything, Pacific Rim was kind of like what properly introduced mecha and kaiju into the Western audiences.
I wouldn't say mecha, but I would say like definitely Pacific Rim.
Maybe
definitely.
Not mecha, but yeah, kaiju absolutely. And then G14 just kind of, hey, the face of the genre is back. Let's do this.
Mm-hmm. And I think another thing too is that I and a few other people at the time when we were seeing the trailers for Pacific Rim assumed that it was the Godzilla movie that was coming out, or like a like subtitle or something to do with Godzilla, because we knew that it was coming and no one was expecting Pacific Rim. And I think Pacific Rim, being as tight of a film as it is, lends itself well to being at the right place in the right time to helping kickstart the genre. Like I said, I don't think Pacific Rim helped bring mecha to the West, but I think it definitely brought kaiju as a term there.
Mecha by that point, I think, was in a pretty freaking good place. So, but like kaiju, absolutely.
Yeah, well, the thing too is that like you had Gundam, you had Macross, or
hell, if you want to count
Robotech.
Hell, if you want to count it, you had Transformers.
I would say like kind of, but like robots versus mecha, that's a whole other discussion. But then like you also have like BattleTech.
I've seen people count Transformers as mecha. So
yeah. Well, it's like the same thing with like Tetsujin 28, where it's like it's a robot rather than a mech, but people put it as part of the mecha genre. Yeah. So something else to think about there. But another thing too is that after 98, you have Godzilla 2000, one of my favorite Godzilla films. I love it, but it also, there was moderate success with 2000. They immediately rushed to get another film out the next year. And as much as I like the Millennium films, they do a whole lot to copy the momentum of the Heisei era. And you have Godzilla versus Megaguirus. And then you also have what's it called? GMK, which is really good. And then you have Godzilla against Mechagodzilla and Tokyo SOS, which is as good. And then you have Final Wars just performing super low, like having Terra Mechagodzilla level numbers, which is unfortunate.
Yeah, it's like a lot of them definitely have like the what just.
You're good. Or did we?
No,
you're cutting out.
Some notification just came up on my screen, but I was just like, "What the heck is that?" So
it's like your screen's just like, "Read me."
Okay, but am I good?
You're good. Don't worry.
Okay, all right. But yeah, I mean, I was trying to say like a lot of the you could tell with like the Millennium films that there was like a lot of the Heisei sort of influences sort of going on, where a lot of them were sort of like taking, like we're sort of like neat, like sort of updates to what we've seen in stuff from the show era, but obviously like much more like grounded, question mark, you could say in some regard or something, because like you got like for example like Mechagodzilla being built by humans as opposed to aliens and what have you. GMK having a more mystical, having the mystical element or what have you, which there's like a little bit of it in the Heisei as well. But Final Wars is definitely like Showa era in terms of like through and through, except with except on cocaine.
like I'd say Final Wars is a Showa film with 90s/2000 sensibilities,
Oh yeah.
which I
Yeah.
just prefer
Yeah,
as
no,
well.
it is. It's, yeah. Anyways, I am probably gonna be heading to class right now. So
Look at it this way, Minecraft. You were part of a Zimcast stream for 30 minutes and we only got 53 seconds into a video. Don't you just that is the fate of a Zimcast.
Yeah.
But thank you as always for coming on Minecraft.
yeah, you too. One sec.
Oh, and he's 1 sec.
And he's gone.
And he's gone.
Anyway.
Let's keep going.
Yeah.
And I think the answer to Godzilla's timelessness is the franchise's versatility. Now, here is where the controversial hot take comes in. Where and when did Godzilla begin demonstrating considerable versatility? Right? Valid question. So I would argue back in 2004, remember, Godzilla Final Wars came out. I feel like at that point in time, there was a lot of Godzilla fatigue. We had the 1998 film, we had subsequent Godzilla films like multiple years in a row of varying different successes, and Godzilla Final Wars did not perform to expectations, and Toho was like, we're putting Godzilla on hiatus until further notice. Many of you will remember how depressed we all were during that time because we literally thought we would never see Godzilla again. And then fast forward to 2014, Legendary releases, the MonsterVerse starts the MonsterVerse, and the movies are very staggered and spaced out. But then, after seeing the success of the MonsterVerse, Toho realizes, oh, there still is something worth value in the IP that is Godzilla. So they decide to make Shin Godzilla. Now, if you go back and read interviews after Shin Godzilla's theater run, you will see that like the powers that be at Toho did not really anticipate Shin Godzilla's success whatsoever. In fact, I kind of determined that they were a little bit like just avoiding the conversation of like, let's not worry about success right now. Let's just put it out there. And much to their surprise, Shin Godzilla was extremely successful. And more importantly, it was successful because it took the original Godzilla story and modified it to fit contemporary events and audiences. And it blew up. And I mean, it just had like a 4K restoration theater run here in the United States, and it demonstrated some success as a result too. And the unexpected success of Shin Godzilla has demonstrated that Godzilla films are at the point where they can transcend the kind of genre that Godzilla has been boxed in for 70 years, like this genre of like, kind of science fiction, fantasy, horror, and don't get me wrong, there were those in Shin Godzilla, like those genre aspects, but the thing that Shin Godzilla does is it transcends the genre boundary of shifting from not only being a horror movie, but also to being a socio-political commentary.
I'd say like I agree with the sentiment, but I don't believe this is where Godzilla gained its versatility, because if I was to pluck a Godzilla film from each of the three main eras, if I was to say, let's watch, and I pulled some random person off the street and I said, we're going to watch Ever Horror of the Deep, Godzilla versus Biollante, and then we're going to watch Godzilla Final Wars. Those are three very different films with very different sensibilities, with an overarching plot that is very different from one another. Yeah. Like, Ever Horror of the Deep is essentially like a castaway film mixed with some thriller spy elements.
Yeah.
With a tad of Godzilla.
Yeah, it's pretty much more like a James Bond movie if James Bond like found out that the villain that he's going after has like a giant monster and it's at their disposal in their arsenal, and so he's like, oh shit, I found Godzilla now. Maybe he'll deal with it.
Yeah. And then Biollante, I would say, like, if I was to show this person, hypothetically, that would be a film they understand a little bit more in terms of being what they think of as Godzilla, where you have an antagonistic Godzilla, him fighting a wacky monster, and a lot of, like, destruction that Godzilla causes.
Yeah.
And then moving to Final Wars, I would say that's a film where, like, I'd say they'd also say it's closer to what they think of when it comes to Godzilla, because like you have more wackier elements, but then you also have a lot of the human sections, which I don't think, if someone was to show you Godzilla Final Wars and they said like this isn't what you expect in Godzilla Final Wars, I don't think a lot of people are expecting a lot of kung fu battles,
right?
Like aerial dogfights with like spaceships and all that. I think a lot of people would expect something closer to Godzilla versus Biollante,
right?
But then that also like, oh, go, I'll hold my point.
Yeah, I mean, like there are like a couple moments in like some of the older Godzilla films where you have like spaceships fighting each other, like like Destroy All Monsters is like an example where you have like that one ship, shooting up at aliens and shooting down that trying to take out that one thing that one war machine that was initially supposed to be like a Firebird, or at least it was.
Oh yeah, the fire dragon. Yeah.
Yeah, the fire dragon. And there's also like some hand to hand stuff, but nothing to the degree of Final Wars, which was very much like X-Men or Dragon Ball or the Matrix, like all those kinds of like properties that were like really popular at the time of the 2000s.
Mm-hmm.
So and Final Wars is like very like, if you were to say like Final Wars is like a more versatile example of like Godzilla in terms of like taking like a classic show era, but just really going balls to wall insane, and even to the point where like there's like hardly any dialogue scenes amongst humans, what have you. I mean, you do. I mean, not that you don't get any sort of scenes of people talking, but the majority of you, but there's like definitely large chunks of the movie where involves humans fighting, arguably more so than monsters fighting throughout the film.
Well, I'd say like something else to consider is the fact that Godzilla was at his most popular financially and consistently at that was in the Heisei era when he was the most safe. There are definitely other Showa films that did better than all of the Heisei films, but if you're looking for regular, consistent high profits for Japanese films, I'd say it's the Heisei era.
Yeah, well, even then, even with the dip with Godzilla versus Biollante, turns that movie underperforming. But like, after that, like the series was still pretty. The Heisei era of Godzilla had seen a pretty good success financially.
Yeah, but we also got someone else who's replacing Minecraft. It's Lau. How's it going?
Hello.
Hi guys. How are you?
We're still living.
I'm here procrastinating at work.
Oh, you're procrastinating at work. See, this is what the Zimcast experience is. It is the time for people to procrastinate and do better things with their life.
Yeah, I'm still getting paid. Technically, I'm getting paid to be here since it's what I'm doing in my time.
You're getting paid to be here. I'm getting paid to be here. We're all getting paid to do something. That's what I appreciate, except for C. I don't pay him anything.
No. I mean, I have a job that pays me, but no, Zim doesn't pay me.
I do not pay him. So if anyone says I buy my friends, I do not buy my friends. They technically buy me.
By the way, what this major Godzilla has broken a major barrier? What is it about?
It's essentially what I think Donnie's point is that like Godzilla, and I think his thesis is that Godzilla's versatility really shined forward with Shin Godzilla specifically because of the MonsterVerse's success. And excuse me. He also saying that because Shin Godzilla was more explicitly a political thriller, it showed to modern audiences, I would say, that Godzilla is more than just monster fighting another monster and can be a film that does something that's explicitly not that, or it doesn't have as much of the same genre trappings. Because to play devil's advocate with this point, Godzilla 84 is more like a classic Godzilla film than Shin Godzilla is, but I'd say both still tackle a current socio-political theme.
Yeah, I do think that he has a point, at least for the modern audiences. Like the people who will go back and watch old movies, like probably already figured that out.
Mm-hmm.
But the ones that were like just coming into the fandom or that maybe heard about Shin just now and -1 and all of that, yeah, like now it's super clear that you can do whatever with a monster. I think that people have, even normies, I would say, will start realizing that soon if they haven't already.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I mean, because like now, I mean, 2014, has like a bit of versatility in terms of like in that it pretty much was like an American Godzilla movie that actually did sort of open the door for general audiences to be like, oh, that's what Godzilla's supposed to look like, and stop and no longer thinking of the '98 film as being like an actual, like, because when you talk about like American Godzilla, like the general audiences probably won't even be thinking about '98. They'll just be thinking of MonsterVerse at this point. Whether it's because it's like the new thing that's going on or because of the fact that MonsterVerse bears more resemblance to 98.
Yeah, I would say too is that history in this case I believe is also important because for American audiences, you have obviously Godzilla King of the Monsters in 56, which is like their first exposure to Godzilla. But then you have King Kong versus Godzilla, Godzilla versus Mothra, which is again Godzilla in both of those films a little bit more villainous, but then you have Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster, Invasion of Astra Monster, and then all of the Godzilla films subsequent those, Godzilla is the hero. And then you have Gene Saperstein, who is sort of the American advocate for Godzilla. And his own like feelings about it is that Godzilla should be the hero of his franchise. And I would say that even with the Heisei era, you have Godzilla towing the line between not protagonist, at least more heroic character and more villainous character in that sense, but it still carries more of classic Godzilla in that sense where it's not delving too much into Godzilla being the happy-go-lucky hero. But then you have obviously the tail-dragging extravaganza that is Megalon, which cements for a lot of people in the West what Godzilla is supposed to be, despite the fact that there were other Godzilla films that had come out around the same time. But I believe that Megalon's its mix of both how low budget it is, but also how distinctly Japanese in a sense that it is with monsters like Gigan, Megalon, and Jet Jaguar, as opposed to Godzilla, who design-wise is pretty mundane compared to those two, really cements itself in the minds of the American public. And if for someone who's trying to market Godzilla to America sees him as he should be the hero, it makes sense that after Godzilla 98, which is a departure for sure, you have 2014, you have a design that is closer to the 73 Godzilla than 98 is, but it's more angular, it's jagged, it's serious, but you also still have Godzilla being the monster that you want to root for because it is a property. So Godzilla is still more marketable, even though I would say that in that sense, Godzilla is treated with respect, but he isn't as present in the film as I'd say some would want, and I think would have capitalized on that sense of anticipation people had. Yeah, like I would say too is that with Shin, I think that I think I understand Donnie's point, but I think he's also underselling the fact that Ano being attached to Shin was a big deal in terms of its relevance. Like you have the creator of Evangelion making the next Godzilla film coming out of Japan since Godzilla Final Wars. That sells itself. I also do believe that Godzilla looking still pretty traditional compared to something like 98, but very different is also what helped spark a whole lot of interest to it. And then adding on to the fact that it's tackling a subject that is very near and dear to the Japanese people, and it resonates with them in a way that American viewers I don't think are going to understand is what's important too. Look who it is. It's my ex-wife, guys.
Hey.
It's Brayden. I think an important piece of context also is that Godzilla vs. Megalon's rights were West. That's was most exposure of any Godzilla film in the US for decades. Yeah, that's I did.
Yeah,
yeah. Actually,
is actually like I believe it's like 50% of, that's what gets you 50% of the way there to make popular something popular. Like you really need to distribute it. And for what I understood is that movie was on basic cable TV for like a really long time, right?
Yeah, it was on basic cable TV for a while, not to mention it was also being distributed by other people because of that rights issue. Because like, you have Mysterious Science Theater 3000, and like that is like when people think of Godzilla and Mysterious Science Theater, they think of Godzilla versus Megalon.
Oh yes, yeah. Funny thing, yeah, my family had some VHS tapes that were like called like greatest film classics or something like that. It was like a lineup of movies, some of them are like in the public domain, even like Little Shop of Horrors and Night of the Living Dead. but we also had Godzilla versus Megalon on that sort of VHS. So it's like the fact that movie like Godzilla vs. Megalon that was owned by Toho, who when it comes to their media, they're just like they would have their boots on your neck, for even thinking to just use a clip from their movies just for for a review.
Yeah.
But that company was able to whoever it was that made those tapes, they were able to get Godzilla vs. Megalon. Granted, it was somewhat abridged. There were some clips that from the movie that were cut from that tape. For example, the one bad guy who gets killed by that boulder. Yeah, the film cut the tape cuts to the scene with the Cetopians right before the guy gets crushed by the boulder. Mm-hmm. So it's kind of awkward.
Or the scene, where the guy gets his face bashed in by the plane. The little toy plane too. That's also something that gets removed in certain versions of it. Because the thing I love more than anything else about Godzilla vs. Megalon for me is the fact that I only have one legitimate copy of this film. Because for the longest time, I had a friend all the way back in elementary school who was also a Godzilla fan, and he burned a disc for me of Godzilla vs. Megalon. It was a Passion Productions version of Godzilla versus Megalon, and I have never seen another person with the Passion Productions copy of Godzilla versus Megalon. And again, my only copy is a burned copy for the longest time until the Criterion set, which has obviously all the Showa films.
Yeah.
And real quick, Godzilla 2005 says Godzilla should have been the villain in G 2014. I think that if they were going to make Godzilla the villain in 2014, then you obviously have to remove the other monster. I don't think the film works having Godzilla be the villain and then having another villainous monster.
Yeah, because you pretty much have that's kind of the thing about Godzilla versus Megaguirus. The reason why, one of several reasons why that movie doesn't really work is because the film wants us to try to root against Godzilla, root for the humans to defeat him in that movie. Yet there's something. Yet the humans brought in something that was even worse than Godzilla, and Godzilla defeats it. And so it's almost it's kind of counterintuitive to what the film kind of wants its audience to feel in terms of who they should be rooting for in the story.
For me, the thing is that I believe with that Godzilla 2000 and Godzilla versus Megaguirus work better than 2014 of having a antagonistic Godzilla in both. I think solely due to the fact that people who are going to be watching those films already have a familiarity with Godzilla and are able to divorce themselves from the story in a sense to root for Godzilla where it's appropriate and root for the humans when it's necessary. Whereas with 2014, you're dealing with the second American Godzilla film. It's been years since 98, and you have to cement Godzilla in the public consciousness. And in this sense, I do understand G205's point that Godzilla should have been the villain. Or if anything, Godzilla should have just been the main monster on its own. There shouldn't have been a subplot. They're revolving around something else like babies in 98's case. Just focusing on Godzilla in the modern day, taking it seriously as it does, I think would have been better. And yeah, Brayden also makes points. You don't even need a meta reason. 2000 and Megaguirus work better because they're better written and give Godzilla more utility in the plot. Yeah, that's also true as well.
It's within the movie they already established that this is a common thing, and when you see that everyone sees the thing as a threat, you also perceive it as a threat, even if you don't have the context of the previous movies. So I do think that 2014 could have done that.
Also, Brayden, check your Discord. Monkey.
Mine? Let's see.
Oh no, not yours, Lau. Brayden, check your Discord, you monkey. I am surrounded by nothing but monkeys. Also, your laugh just sounded like an ape making noise.
I wasn't laughing. That I did it on purpose. But I did have a friend who actually did laugh like that
Oh no!
Unironically, he
Oh,
laughed.
no.
If he was ever my friend, I'd be like, bro, I'm gonna make you chimp out.
I mean, he was Jewish, so I was too busy making Jewish.
Oh no!
Oh no!
No
Oh, this,
leeway I can make with that.
we're really going bananas here.
Oh god, not a dad joke. Let's keep going, kids.
I have some jokes in the oven just for him.
Oh boy.
And I thought that was very interesting, especially considering things that have been happening over the last decade or so. And I think that they probably felt that this socio-political commentary would not go anywhere and that it would be like kind of like lost on a lot of people. And I'm not gonna lie, like Shin Godzilla has been pretty galvanizing for a lot of people, but a lot of people, especially those who find it galvanizing, cannot deny that the film broke barriers in the sense that it allowed Godzilla to branch out beyond those particular genres, right? And this is going to be an even more controversial hot take. I think that the Godzilla anime trilogy and Singular Point, despite the amount of criticism they get, were very healthy for the Godzilla franchise to do and were a natural next step. Them realizing that Toho, or that Shin Godzilla allowed for some experimentation, they decided to take that experimentation a little bit further. The franchise has demonstrated that it's healthy, and we got the anime trilogy. The anime trilogy was not wildly successful.
Honestly, I think he's right on this because, here's the thing: the anime trilogy disappointed some people. Like most people find it just straight up boring, but we didn't regress back to the 98 levels of hate, which honestly it isn't. It is a good thing.
The thing is, the Polygon trilogy, didn't even leave that much of a ripple in the water the same way 98 did in the cultural sense.
Another thing too is that it wasn't like a film in the sense of like we didn't see it in theaters. It was released on Netflix, but we also Braden says the anime trilogy was successful as Nate's and I's marriage, literally. But the other thing too is that with a lot of the marketing, people assumed it was going to be a TV series, and then it ends up being a movie with 2 films with marketing that increasingly kept promising this was going to happen, that was going to happen. And I do definitely believe a big amount of expectations were placed on the anime trilogy that I think were unfounded, but ultimately they end up with what I believe to be a pretty middling set of films the more they went on. And I do wonder for people who aren't fans and aren't really in tune with everything that goes on when it comes to Godzilla, whether or not they even heard of the anime trilogy.
Yeah, the thing is, it really depends, because Netflix, in a way, unless you're looking for something specific, is the place where some things go to straight up die. It's like a sea, and you're just you're not even a ship. You're more like a canoe,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, general audiences would have heard of 98 or the MonsterVerse or even a lot of other Godzilla movies before they would hear about the Polygon trilogy. Because the Polygon trilogy got a release on Netflix in the US, but even then it's they tried to do apparently they were doing they did very limited theatrical releases of it in Japan, but it was so limited. Toho just really wanted it out and done with it.
Yeah, as well as Seishita's I know he did Psycho-Pass, but even if you were to release these films as films to everyday people, I'd say there'd be definitely a few people in the West who'd be like, oh, the same guy did Psycho-Pass. I'd definitely watch that. It's not the same as this is a live action Godzilla movie directed by the creator of Evangelion. Let's do this. It's very, very different. But before we continue, we have 2 other people coming in. We have the monkey.
Someone said something about monkeys, so I had to join.
Oh, if we ever bring more people on who are new to these streams, we need to do what they did at Black Panther and just hoot at them.
I like your thinking.
Yeah, the moment they come on, just hello, just exactly. As well as that means we all need to then have to find monkey profile pictures for ourselves. Does everyone just no one says anything? We all switch over and just do that.
Yeah, I'm gonna get that that chimpanzee that's like really ripped but has no hair, I'm gonna pick that one because that one looks
The
like my
Joe
granddad.
Rogan monkey.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Every time I see it, I'm just like, yo, that looks like Joe Rogan.
Dude, no, that looks like my actual. That actually looks like my grandpa. Strongest case for evolution.
Oh
Evolution
I-
strongest
I've been-
defender.
I'm gonna be honest. I have indeed seen people that do look apish. I will just say that, like once or twice in my life, where I was like, "Yep, Darwin was right."
Darwin's just like, yep, I see it.
Funny thing, that wasn't even Darwin. That was just a professor that studied under him that proposed that humans came from apes.
Oh, there we go. And then coming up on the rear, the lover of, let's just say he likes horses.
Bosh.
Neither here nor there. Yeah, he Wash like Kaiju Kuru, how's it going?
Vosh. We got Vosh in the stream.
Actually, wait, you shouldn't be hooting, you should be neighing, boy.
Yeah.
Nay.
Neigh.
Okay, two things. One, if we do the monkey profile picture bit, I'm just gonna do a Rajang.
Wait, and it would be nice if someone was Michael Jackson, because he did have a chimp.
Jesus.
Well, I mean, I'm already light skinned, so I might as well.
The second thing is
Who's the white?
No. Hang on. Is that I was gonna do this. If we ever get someone new who becomes a regular at some point, instead of doing the who thing from Black Panther, just everyone gets owl profile pictures and just starts saying who.
Oh yeah, that's
Oh, no.
true.
Oh no. Oh boy.
We are now all Mr. Who.
We are the
No, no,
Oh!
I would never stoop that
Oh,
low.
no!
I would never.
Who. We are
I
the
would
Who.
never. I would rather cosplay as Pol Pot than cosplay as that guy.
Anyway, bro,
Yes.
I got a few things to say before we continue.
Mhm.
First of all, bro, this week has sucked ass for me.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can tell in my voice, but I am dealing with allergies bad.
Yeah.
I thought it was.
Oh, yeah, I feel you,
sucking on
brother.
some. I don't know. I was gonna say, was it because of the horse? You know, I mean,
No.
they are pretty big.
No,
It is not Dim.
I am
Kuru,
not
are you
the
secretly
horse.
Kuru? Are you secretly a white woman by any chance? From
Bro is like related to Catherine the Great.
oh no.
What did
No.
you say?
What did you say?
No, I did not hear you.
Oh, I said bro's like Catherine the Great.
No, I'm Mr. Hands.
Mhm.
I didn't know you handled them like that, bro. Okay.
Yo.
You said
Wait,
it,
do you
not
guys
me.
not know? Do you guys not know about that thing?
Mm.
Oh god, now I don't want to.
I'm
Probably
pretending
do
like I
that.
do.
Dragging you all down to this rabbit hole with me. Long story short, Mr. Hands was a NASA scientist who got fucked to death by a horse.
Wait, it's actually just hit an hour. That's the first thing I confidently think of when I think of the first hour of this stream. Man dies because of horse pounding.
Depending on her race, that will either surprise me or not surprise me
No.
whatsoever.
It was a dude.
No. It was a guy.
Oh,
My
no.
point still stands.
And coming up on the rear, yes, he's the caboose in this
Worst
human
possible
centipede that is
thing
this
to
stream.
say
It is the
here.
Vic.
Oh.
Hello.
It's it's the masturbator himself.
We have the handler, we have the masturbator.
We got a monkey.
We got a C-man here.
And we got my ex-wife.
Hey!
Hey, I'm sick. Can you take care of me?
No.
I will.
I mean, I can take care of you, you know.
But I do
What's
have
it
something
called?
to say in regards to the video.
Yes.
I just got here.
I get what he's saying with the whole anime trilogy was healthy in regards to experimentation thing. However, that doesn't exactly help much when it was generally poorly received, and Shin Godzilla is a film of debatable quality, but we'll get to that when we eventually get to that. And
Yes.
and the anime trilogy were largely footnotes.
Yeah.
When I
really
was-
the only people
when I
remember
was
about the
telling
anime
people
trilogy is the
about-
design.
When I was showing I want to say roughly half the Godzilla series to one of my friends, they didn't even know that a Godzilla that the Godzilla anime trilogy was a thing on Netflix. They had heard of Singular Point and had watched a few episodes of it.
Wait, I do want to ask one thing, but is he saying that the trilogy and Singular Point were also popular in the sense of, like, how many people got to it, or is he talking about just, just the concepts? Just
I
for
think
the fandom
just
that
the
was
fact that they were different because of Shin Godzilla's success, the franchise, because of the popular success, was able to experiment.
Yeah, I mean, on that regard, yeah, I think he's right,
On that,
because
okay,
it was the
you know
first
what,
time we
fair
got
enough.
something
I'll give
as,
you that.
sci-fi-ish as we got with. And even if people were disappointed, at least they were disappointed because the concept was good and it was badly executed. And for the first time in a long time, we were starting to see these new, original takes. Because, for anything you want to say, like Godzilla Earth, it's like a really good concept.
Well, I think the main thing is because the fact that Godzilla had never been done in anime form before, so the fact that it was like the Polygon trilogy was the first instance of Godzilla being made into an anime, and and that was what we got. That's kind of like where the general.
No, actually, that is not the first Godzilla anime. The first one was fucking Godzilla.
Godzilla.
Yeah.
No,
Godzilla is different from Godzilla.
Oh.
Yeah, Godzilla's the new one, and that's with the puppets.
Yo, I have a question because I got
Godzilla
here
and Purist.
No, Godzilla in Paris.
Godzilla in Paris.
Godzilla. That's a thing. That's a thing.
Yeah.
Should I Google that?
No.
God. I just flashed back to Kanye. I don't know.
Give me a moment.
Oh boy.
Why Kanye?
Yeah, Godzilla's in Paris.
Oh,
Godzilla's in Paris. Anyway, my question is, because I just got here.
You have no idea how much I just stopped myself from something.
I know exactly what you're thinking.
Come on, it's your stream.
No. After everything that's happened for the last couple of days, that's the last thing I want to do.
Bro, Minecraft is losing it from the things that happened 3 minutes ago.
While no live-action Godzilla films depict him in Paris, the kaiju has been featured in other media and fan-made concepts related to the city.
So I bet someone made a Godzilla in Paris song then. But anyway, my question is, what is this guy's thesis statement? Because I thought the stream was supposed to start at 12, and I'm looking at it, and it started an hour ago.
So. It started an hour ago. Well, again, it was supposed to start at 5. And just generally with the amount of stuff that happened, I was so drained physically, emotionally. I was like,
Brayden, was that you?
Hey, I was about to offer him a hug.
He hasn't drained me in years. He has not drained me in years, unfortunately.
Yeah, I have not, unfortunately.
I know.
Okay.
It's really sad.
Right.
Well, I mean...
But, yeah. His thesis is that, he wants to know where Godzilla, but he thinks that Godzilla broke a major barrier in the sense that Godzilla hitting into the public consciousness was able to do so via the experimentation of recent material like Shin Godzilla, which then culminates into the massive success we see with Godzilla -1. And because of the fact that Godzilla was able to experiment with Shin, the anime trilogy, and Singular Point, going back to something more traditional with -1 is what's allowed the franchise to breathe in a sense, so that we can get something like -1, which has now allowed more people to be a part of the franchise in terms of just viewers.
Is he talking exclusively just... Sorry, is he talking exclusively just Godzilla in Japan or Godzilla around the world? Because I'm pretty sure
around the world.
I think he might be omitting the MonsterVerse then.
He also said the MonsterVerse too. That's my bad for not including that in the summary.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Never mind then.
Yeah, because it's like you have Godzilla dying, essentially the franchise dying off in 2004.
coming back into relevance with 2014, Shin having the massive success, the franchise evolving and being able to expand out, be different with Singular Point, the anime trilogy, going back to something more traditional with -1, and then receiving all that massive success. And I think he's essentially saying that like 2014 and 2016 is that point where you get that major breaking of the barrier to like modern fans. I'd say that Godzilla can be a lot more than just what people think it is.
I think something that he's glossing over that's really important is that Shin and -1 are like some of the better projects, and that's a big part of their success.
Mm-hmm.
Because if they weren't, I mean, I don't know if I would.
Yeah, but they're all footnotes to the true crown jewel of this series, Godzilla.
Final Wars. Oh, that too.
But I would say too, like the thing I would like, in my personal opinion, when it comes to -1 success, is that it is a very well made and pretty well written film, but it's also very traditional in the sense of Godzilla. But it also takes Godzilla back to ostensibly his roots time period wise, and because of that,
if anything, it goes
so many
even
familiar
further
notes.
to the roots than like the actual original film.
Yeah. Like in a way, it is almost kind of like a fresh start for
Godzilla.
Godzilla.
What he's saying. I don't really have any issues with it. Just like having a conversation here is, well, like,
yeah, like the thing too is that I don't believe that it's like a major barrier. That's like my contention with it, and I also like don't think it's necessarily a hot take either. I think that like it's a pretty understandable analysis given what we know.
And it's something that we will honestly be really sure of in maybe 10 years. You know, it's one of those things that you see in retrospective better than if you're right in the moment.
Yeah, it only took us a couple decades, but we got there. We finally got there. It only took us like how many years?
Like 70 something for the Oscar.
Yeah.
Hey, Rooney.
Yeah, only took us 70 years. What?
How do you feel about the fact that Wingard helped us get there?
Every day, I sit in my prayer corner, and I pray for God to smite Wingard. So that's how I feel.
That's not how prayer
He not
works.
only saved cinemas, he saved.
Bro, Rudy is out
Godzilla.
here praying like Eddie Brock is Spider-Man.
I want you to
Lord, I come to you humiliated for
Humble.
one thing. I want you to smite Adam Wingard.
Yeah.
Also, Wingard is a good person. He's a good guy.
So is Zack Snyder, and he wanted Batman raped. I don't care.
So is this. I feel like
Silent Snyder fan.
Both of them have kind of cool names.
Both of
Zack
them are
Snyder.
also pretty attractive men.
Wait, Wingard.
Wow, right in front of me, Brayden?
Zack Snyder
even
runs
love me
laps
anymore.
around.
Shut up.
Wingard.
Hey, I like
Zack
the attention,
Snyder.
okay?
Zack Snyder, in terms of attractiveness, runs laps around.
Oh,
Wingard.
yeah, that's true. Snyder's hot, dude. Snyder's a good-looking guy.
Hey, it should have been
buff,
that. It
too.
should have been me. It should have been me, not Deborah Snyder.
It should have been him!
me.
Oh my
It should have
god!
been me.
No, but like,
Fair.
Well, it
he
could be
seems like
both. To be fair,
he's-
Snyder is the kind of guy that could have both of you.
Snyder's
gets
the type
Brayden
of guy
but
that
me.
could lift both of us.
Again, no one gets Brayden but me. I may have rejected him, but he's still mine. This is my Brayden. There are many like it, but this one is mine.
Why is it any time Brayden is on a Zim stream, you are just infinitely fruitier?
Because
just have that effect on men.
He just brings that out in me.
Listen,
The
I'm
game.
not joking. I'm not joking when I say this. I'm 100% serious. I just have a weird effect on guys to where they just start acting more like flirty whenever I'm around.
Hey, you just bring out
So
the
wait,
worst.
Brayden,
so how
Brayden.
was it growing up with your dad? And
Brayden, we know your propensity, just like blacks, for Latinas. And for Latinas, when they are around men, they just make other men extremely fruitier because that's just the effect Latina women have on their men.
I'm
They,
Hispanic too.
they either go exceptionally more macho or they just bring out the fruity in other guys. It's that spectrum.
Are you
I am
saying I'm a
Hispanic
Latina?
too. You don't single me out.
Yes.
Zim, I'm Hispanic too.
All right.
This is like literally, besides from C and I think Kuru too, I could literally rename Zimcast to the Minority Report and nothing would change.
Yeah. checks out.
Unironically, that sounds like a really good team. Like if this was like a cinematic universe, that would be a great team up.
The Minority Report.
Yeah, well, sorry guys, they might be getting rid of me in a few weeks.
If, I mean, I do kind of also fly under that umbrella since I'm ginger, so you know.
Oh, so you're just.
Well,
yeah. Well, no, because we have Braden and Black, which make up the double burrito. Then we have Vic, who's like the toppings to it, so we can maybe make it a triple burrito. We have Kuru.
Ooh.
In this case, he's soulless. Then we have Lau, which is our pet European, and then we have C, our resident New Yorker.
Vic is not the topping. Vic is not the topping.
I'm Argentinian, so technically I'm like an empanada.
Well, yeah, no, you're like the classic version of Mexican food in this case.
Wait. Lau, who's your grandpa?
He's from Chile, right next to Argentina.
Damn it.
Well, no, I just realized I have every. I can't. You know what? It's been an hour. I could say it. I literally with Lau, Vic, Braden, and Black, I have every stage of Beaner evolution.
That's so true.
I have an East Coast one, I have a West Coast one, and I have a European one.
My question is, who's the filling?
Well, so you see, being from the Caribbean, I'd say that I will take on this glorious task.
Excuse the hell out of me. I am from the Caribbean too. I get to be the filling.
Yeah, but like, what part of the Caribbean though?
Okay, hang on.
Dominican Republic.
Okay, I need to tell this story now. I need to tell this story. Oh, since you mentioned that one slur, am I allowed to say it real quick just to specify?
You can say Beaner.
Yeah,
say Beaner.
Yeah, Beaner. Okay, this is funny. This is. I have a really funny story about this slur I learned from my ex.
No!
I heard this one.
No,
I heard this one. It's a classic.
No, yeah, I think he might have. So my ex's sister's boyfriend was Hispanic, and one day they were at just all hanging out and doing something, and they were hungry, and they were gonna go get dinner. And they said, let's go to that one pizza place. The pizza's, the restaurant's name was, I shit you not, Beaner's Pizza. And so, they said, let's go to that Beaner's place. And the sister said, what did you call me?
I'm looking this up. I am looking this up.
Oh my god!
Me personally, in Latin America, we do have a lot of that stuff. Like, we don't really understand that something might be bad in English, and that's something with a white guy who's a musician, and his name is Nigga.
No, literally,
it's nigga.
It's like one of those cases where anyone from America seeing the Catholic processions when they go to Europe, and it's
the papal knights of the Catholic Church.
Yeah, it's literally that.
One of my favorite ever short form videos I ever saw was a black family going there, seeing that procession happening, and then it just cuts to them all just looking at each other in silence.
So I'm looking. I looked up this pizzeria, and it's spelled Biener. Yeah, it's I assume it's a last name, but there's a website, beanerspizzeria.com.
Oh, no!
let me put this in chat. Hold on.
Hey, Minecraft wants to be.
If it were me, I would have just doubled down and just said, "Yes, that's what I called you. What are you gonna do about it?"
All right, let's end this off because literally, the next video is going to make us all pissed off. So it's gonna be fun.
Good. I love being angry. I love being pissed off. Thank you, Vic, for being here. By the way, you're gonna make that very easy.
Oh my god, dude.
And also, just last thing before we continue, Vic would not be the topping. He would be the bottoming.
The bottoming.
I agree.
Vic, are you gonna take that?
Also,
so
guys,
Brady, you want to be the filling?
Sure.
Okay. So you're the middle of this.
It's family owned.
It runs in the family.
It runs in the family. No, like a taco stand.
No.
It's about family. That's what's so important about it.
It's also gonna be what gives you the runs.
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
It's all about the family.
Let's keep
Man
going,
on
guys.
the runs.
Nor with Singular Point. Granted, we could debate about that until the end of time, but I firmly believe that if Toho did not allow itself to experiment with Godzilla through those series of 4 films and TV show, we would have never gotten the resounding success of Godzilla -1. In fact, I don't think we would have gotten Godzilla -1 at all. Okay? Because Godzilla -1 also experiments with the character by making it a piece of historical fiction when you think about it, when you think about
That is a take.
the time in which it takes place, etc., and how it kind of like really just takes the audience back in time, and it elevates the human narrative in a way that we've never seen and not probably. So I firmly believe that is how Godzilla has demonstrated staying power. Godzilla has demonstrated staying power through experimentation, and realizing that through experimentation there is versatility. Versatility is what makes for a healthy, thriving franchise, and that's why now they are considering doing sequels to Shin Godzilla and Godzilla -1. Other major franchises, like if you look at like the DCEU and the Marvel Cinematic Universe, these huge franchises are really suffering from franchise fatigue because they aren't allowing for experimentation, right? Whereas Godzilla has Godzilla, I feel like his
wait, let him finish because there's a few things to add.
Experimentation meaning to that versatility. Anyway,
so I'd say like
I just ran from the kitchen and tripped on my bed when I heard the word versatility come out of his mouth, and then the DCU.
And like the one thing I want to say when it comes
had,
to
like a fucking PTSD episode,
bro, just like immediately gets that Vietnam style flashback. But what
Guys,
I
think Vic's dog has something to say.
Vic, let the dog say it.
Yes.
Woof,
Yeah, let the dog talk. Come on.
And pet him. Make sure to pet him.
Yeah, give him kisses.
Give him a kiss goodnight, just like you do to the homies.
Remember, guys, Stephen King said The Flash is one of the best movies or something, or he liked it. I don't know.
I remember that. I remember that.
Stephen King says a lot of stupid shit, okay? Come on.
So, like...
yeah, I'll send the tweet in chat.
The thing, too, for me is that, like, I think that Godzilla -1 was probably going to happen one way or another, because, like, Yamazaki was on Toho's radar since the early 2000s, and the reason why he had turned down doing a Godzilla film beforehand was because he just wasn't comfortable making a Godzilla film with the technology and the skill of the people involved at the time. So I think, like, maybe would have gotten it sooner or later, but I think it would have happened. Same thing goes for GMK, because one argument from the Fred loving crowd is that no 98 means no Millennium series. I think probably we would have gotten a Millennium series regardless.
We would have gotten very different Millennium series.
I think, honestly, had we gotten a more faithful Godzilla with 98 or like the Devant script, I think it would have given Toho more reason to experiment, and maybe we would have gotten a GMK closer to the original concept, because then they wouldn't have had such a need to emphasize and capitalize on big names like Mothra and King Ghidorah to boost the sales of the Godzilla film.
Do you think it was a knee-jerk reaction?
I think
2000 was, yeah.
Genuinely, if 98 didn't happen the way it did, and we got the 94 script, or 98 was just a better film, and that carried like its own American trilogy for a few years until like 2004 or 5 when they wanted to bring back the Millennium series, and we would have started that. The Wilderness era may have been much shorter, if not have never happened at all.
Yeah. I'm of that opinion as well.
And we would not
I
have
just
dealt with,
wonder,
the most dry period of the kaiju genre ever.
The thing, too, to consider is that, like, I think it's relevant specifically for us because almost every single one of us, in terms of, like, our time here on this platform, is a product of the Wilderness era. Like, almost anyone I can think of who is making content now, stopped, got their start during the Wilderness era, or right at, like, the end of the Millennium era.
I think we all understand what it feels to put, like, a YouTube video with Linkin Park music and just, like, Matt Frank drawing from when he was, like, beginning. because there was literally nothing else. That's
Not
all
only,
we.
not
Wow.
only that,
Just
I
a
will
heads
say
up. I understand some of what you said, but you just sounded like a clanker.
Yo!
Oh, really?
All
Do
I
I
was-
hear wirebacks in my
something else
microphone?
that I think is
What
worth
about that people beep?
just Zim, just one other thing is that is true, and that is also because YouTube and that stuff was starting
Mm-hmm.
right when the wilderness era really began.
Yeah. But the reason why I think it's important is because unlike now where we have so many content creators working on stuff specifically to like get their channels in the algorithm, a lot of like what is successful now would have been successful then, and that is capitalizing on the news that is going on, because that was what was making a lot of headway for people back then for franchises that were getting stuff. But for a lot of like Godzilla YouTube, a lot of it was focusing on trying to keep the franchise alive with their own projects or just their own content.
How many people were making their own fan films with toys?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look,
man,
okay.
that takes
regardless
me
of-
back.
Look,
Like,
I can say a lot of bad stuff about him.
I refuse
I
to
grew
comment.
up on Deadzilla, okay?
I don't even know
what?
about it.
Okay, I'm not gonna ask what that is. I just
He's a
I don't know- I
YouTuber,
don't-
controversy,
I
yada
don't know what that
yada.
is either.
Nothing on the
Oh, yeah.
profile. Is that the one?
Lau, you're still real.
0-1-1-0-0-0-1-1-0-1-0.
You sound like Minecraft World.
Oh shit, that's really bad.
Yeah.
I was gonna say like, in regards to like -1, I don't usually like to subscribe to the idea that if this era hadn't happened, we wouldn't have this. If this in the Godzilla franchise happened or didn't happen, we wouldn't have -1. I just subscribe to the notion that based on the history of film as we know it, like I don't think it should have been this hard to make like a movie that was like genuinely good. I don't think it, because writing predates Godzilla. So I don't
see
That's somewhere mediocre or barely
I can't
good.
understand you, dude.
Really?
Yeah, you sound like you're underwater.
Yeah.
You gotta switch out your mic or I don't know, speaker, do something.
Yeah, Lau, you sound like you're in the back rooms.
That
You just banished him to the back room.
Rooney.
I had nothing to do with that. I had nothing to do with that.
When you bully the wire back enough, so he decides to turn off.
He's going full sky.
He also
Two things.
He allowed
first,
too close to the sun.
First thing, Rooney, that's exactly why I hate this franchise. Is after 30 plus movies, we should not have as many misses as there's been. Like that's ridiculous. It's embarrassing, honestly. And then second thing, so apparently Beaner's Pizza has a keto menu. They have crustless bowls. There's also Mexican food, which makes sense. They have calzones.
Oh my god.
Oh really?
Oh, yeah.
Guys! Oh my god! Guys!
What?
They haven't. Okay, you guys aren't ready for this. You are not ready for this. They have an appetizer called Beaner Balls.
You know what? At this point, I am convinced now that they did that intentionally.
This has to be intentional.
That has to be intentional.
They realized what their last name was, and you're like, I can milk you. And just went along. Beaner balls.
Oh,
You know, I would take out a girl to Beaner's Pizza. Hey girl, you want some Beaner balls?
Oh no!
I think this place is in Michigan, which breaks my heart.
No.
Of course it's
Oh
in
god,
Michigan.
It is in
I have
Michigan,
a friend in
yeah.
Michigan. I have a friend in Michigan. I'm gonna tell him about it.
Road trip.
Yeah.
I've been wanting to do a road trip for a while, so it looks like I'm going to Beaner's Pizzeria.
Finally, I have a good excuse to leave the house.
Well, what's it
I'm
called?
gonna
It's like when the FBI agents who have like all of us on their watch list to see us all converging on one spot, they all just
They're
like,
like, where are they
following us. It's like, where are they going?
My god.
I'm ordering a
We're all
DoorDash.
just
Hold on.
walking into this one pizza place.
My god.
Hey,
I know
hold on,
that's
Dean is-
that is the one time we finally decided to do an IRL stream. It's like
Beaner's Pizzeria.
how's it going, guys? It's Zimcast from Beaner's
It's poetic,
Pizzeria.
really.
No, and here's
Like
the thing,
poetry,
that
it
we all
rhymes.
see each other and we realize that these aren't just profile pictures, there are actual faces.
Yeah, I'm
I'm just gonna
monkey,
arrive
guys.
with a radiant black helmet and just wait. You know,
I've made
actually,
an entire, like, fursuit that is my avatar.
No, even better. It is
No, no,
literally
no.
like C pulls up. It is literally just that. He is literally just that figure.
and
Literally,
then
he walks in like something out of Toy Story.
No, it's like you read like, as you see him walk. It's like a fan made stop motion. So he's like going at like 30 frames per second as he's walking.
30.
Wait,
And
so
that's like
would
then
he
when
be
Brayden
a
arrives,
human
when
sized
Brayden
or like really, really small?
No, he's that. He's not. He's just that figure. He's the same
Okay,
size.
so,
That...
so he's tiny. So okay, yeah, we have to carry him all over the place. Yeah.
No. We
when-
just have to
and then when
bully him.
Brayden
So like
shows
we have
up-
to go everywhere, and then we all like sit there and watch him as he tries to catch up with us.
running his
You know,
little
the good thing is that if we get robbed, we can use him as a weapon because that's how
Or-
cheap those
True.
figures are.
or his bait.
Yeah, we
Like,
could
hey, we
throw
don't
him.
have money, but we have this thing right here. You want it?
We just sell him
Yeah,
into
dude, he's
slavery,
like-
essentially.
$30.
He's like
Yeah,
30
no.
bucks.
Yeah, no, see.
Wait, guys, that's how we pay for the food. We sell
We
them.
sell.
You know that's actually it has
okay.
really
So,
really bad
wait,
connotations
wait,
because
wait,
it will
wait.
mean that Sea Monster is a
Wait.
child magnet.
Obvious joke incoming. So the black guys are selling the white guys now?
Yeah, I just realized we're all selling the
no!
only white guy in the group. How do you like it now, boy?
Oh,
How the
Compensation.
turntables? How the turntables?
Hey,
When Brayden arrives, we're all just gonna look at him and be like, "Is that a gorilla?
Is that a monkey?
I will tell you one thing about my appearance. I am brown.
Oh man,
Oh,
sorry to hear that.
No. What happens?
So now
is
he's
that we
gonna
all-
sell.
The moment we all pull up, we all just have to scream all the colors of the rainbow.
I'm sorry, Brayden. I hope you get better.
I know, it's a condition. I have to live with it every day. I look in the
I know
mirror. I'm like,
Ruckus has got some skincare for that.
Hey, listen.
Oh
If
my
Michael
God.
Jackson can be cured, so can you. I believe
Oh
in you.
my god.
All you have to do is stop stealing. You know, that's it.
That actually more
He
applies
stole-
to me than it does to Brayden in this case.
I'm not
It's
gonna
because he
comment
stole
on
his
that.
heart. That's why. He stole his heart.
Nate
Yeah.
stole the kids. He took the kids from
And
me.
the house.
And the house.
And the car.
I haven't
Hey,
met these
wait,
famous.
Well, look
kids.
at it this way. At least you didn't. I did not steal your crack. I left that
Just-
for you.
Well, okay,
This,
so
th-
actually,
welcome
I
to the
wanted,
Zimcast.
I wanted-
We got
I
racist,
wanted-
racist, 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 racist.
Well, what's it called?
Racist,
No, think about it
racist.
this way. Go like from like left to right, ending with loud. It's like welcome to Zimcast. We have racist. The only guy who isn't racist happens to be white. Racist. Gay racist.
It's funny. Like all of us.
Quiet
most of us-
racist. Horse loving racist. Monkey racist.
Most of us are Hispanic, and we're the racist ones, and the one white guy is like the one that's not racist. What do we mean by that?
This is the final form of the woke agenda.
Okay, I'm not even
Ohio.
joking, and I'm not making a joke here. I'm being genuine with this. Mexicans are like probably the most racist race to themselves that I've come across.
Oh yeah, sure,
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah,
Like there's a lot of
That's
Yeah,
why I love
growing
It's
up.
just every person with the Hispanic blood in them is like, yep, nope. That's
Yeah, growing up, like it would just be
Hell
constant
yeah, boy.
racism to ourselves.
No, hang on.
Yeah, but
And
the
honestly-
thing is,
No,
there's
wait,
so much
hang on.
diversity
Could
that
they,
Americans don't.
Could they, like, out-bar for bar Confederate soldiers?
yeah.
orders of magnitude. You don't even know.
No, like
No,
so here's the thing. I remember once I went to a subway and we saw this German dude, right? Like blonde
Wait, what is
with blue eyes.
U.S.
No,
military and the Monsterverse. The U.S.
no,
military.
Oh wait, what?
That's
No, I think
Arrow.
it's
fucking video.
This is the next video.
Put this back. Put
At
it
least
back.
it's not Dr. Skipper, it's Dr. Kaiju.
I told you guys that this next video was gonna get you guys mad.
Zim, please.
Hey,
I'm
before-
on my hands and knees. Do not press play.
Oh, I've been on
Hear
those.
a lot of
Career.
gawk.
Yeah, I was gonna say I've been on those for him before.
Please, for the love of God, I fucking lost it.
Hey, Kuru. Kuru, no, look at me in the eyes. I want you to look me dead in the eyes right now.
Yeah, that usually helps.
This is for the man of the suit comment, boy.
No, one more thing. And I'd do it again.
Good. I'm sorry,
Nate.
little one. Yes.
I've been meaning to tell you, and this is perfect since there's an American flag on the screen, because this is the most American thing I could do. The crack addiction, I'm over it. It's a thing of the past.
Are you sure about that?
Yes, because I've moved on to alcoholism.
Oh, so you're where I'm at right now.
Yay!
Listen,
forgot about that. Oops.
People always say that
Also, who has
getting
static?
I know it's not me.
Someone's very staticky.
I don't know. I don't hear anything.
Is it Vic?
It might be Vic.
Okay,
Oh,
I
I hear
muted
it.
myself for a little
Yep,
bit.
it's Vic. Yeah.
Called it.
It's Vic, the problem child. Anyway, people always say,
You know
God.
that I'm on the spectrum and I'm finding so much joy in doing that.
so
Are you stimming? You're stimming today?
I'm stimming. No, what's it called? It's like that one scene from Lilo and Stitch where you just open his mouth up for that.
Yes.
So I was just gonna say, like, people always say, "Oh, alcoholism is a sin," but then why is Jesus' first miracle turning water into wine? Checkmate.
Yeah!
Because it's called moderation, you dolt.
Yeah, it's part
Well,
of
he
the
made an
temptation.
entire
Oh,
batch.
this is like one of my only things I remember from
For a party, you twat!
No, like genuinely, it was
I
for
am
a
the
party,
party.
and they were like big jars of wine. Like,
I mean, this proves that
massive.
Jesus is based.
That's what we need it.
It's like what
Yeah.
else for what other purpose than the 11th commandment is thou shalt get shit faced.
Okay,
Eh.
I know this isn't on topic at all, but I think the probably the hardest line that Jesus ever dropped was give unto God what is for God and give unto Caesar what is for Caesar, or something like that.
No, you're right. That's the right
I like
line.
that one.
Yeah, that's my
I think
favorite Jesus
I
quote.
think you said it backwards.
I probably said
Render
it
unto
backwards.
Caesar. Yeah, render unto Caesar the things that are Caesar's. Render
Yeah.
unto God the things that are God. Basically, pay God taxes.
There's a prayer
Rent
tax.
is due.
Prayer tax.
The rent's due.
Every time someone dies, they just forgot to pay God rent.
Is it possible to commit heavenly tax evasion? I intend to find out.
Rent? Where's my money?
I think you just go to hell, dude.
It's a free country. It's not a rent-free country.
Okay, that's. I don't want to go there. That's where. That's where.
Oh, we
That's where
lost
you have
track.
to watch.
Imagine if you go to hell and it's literally just full of tax evaders, like nothing else. Only tax evaders.
Like that Family Guy meme. It's like where do they go? Oh, lowest pit of hell. Like
I go to hell. I get strapped to a chair, and there's Godzilla versus Kong. Godzilla X Kong on repeat for all eternity.
Yeah, I was actually gonna say just GXK for the rest of your life.
Yeah, for the rest of eternity in hell, that's like a fate far worse than death. I wouldn't wish.
Not
I
even
would wish
GVK, just GXK. Only that one.
I moved on from GXK and my abusive relationship with it. We're no longer together. I'm gonna return to GVK eventually once I'm done with Superman.
Oh yeah. Oh god, that
problem
movie.
child's back. Welcome back, my son.
Hey.
That pooping film.
Yeah. But yeah, what's this guy saying about I've never seen this video.
I
don't
know.
really listen-
It came across in my recommended feed. Because I always type in Godzilla video essays to see if there's anything fun to look at and
God,
critique.
that's autistic.
I know.
That
right?
looks like an AI picture there.
It is.
It is.
Oh,
It is.
fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
It's a picture made by Minecraft World, that clank or that unholy godless friggin'
It's
liar
not
back.
just the video.
Jeez.
It's AI generated. The voices are AI generated, and the script sounds AI generated.
Wait,
Oh,
are
everything's
voices
AI.
actually
What?
Wait,
AI?
Okay, that's why
hold
you
on.
have a computer in the background.
This
That's
whole
the
video
person who
AI
made the video.
generated?
Ted Kaczynski was right.
Oh no.
This whole time,
guys,
through this video.
I'm going to chat GPT right now, and we're gonna have it write a script on why Godzilla 1998 was influential for the franchise.
I will kill you.
Do it. I'm just the messenger.
Do it.
Also, for all you guys,
if it sounds
go to private
anything
chat.
like
Go to private chat. Check private chat.
if it sounds anything like something that Vic would say, that is a pretty big indictment on his part. So, Vic, I'm watching you, boy. I am watching you. The intervention is still pending. I'm just waiting for Minecraft World.
Are we ready, guys?
It's writing it.
All right, we'll do this at we'll do 1.25 speed instead of 2 times speed. So ready, guys?
No.
Fuck her up, Buttercup!
It's a show that takes those big, complex topics, digs through all the articles, the research, our notes, and basically pulls out the stuff you really need to know.
Yeah, the goal is simple. Get you informed quickly, but also hopefully share some things that make you go, huh, I didn't know that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And today, we're diving into something huge, literally. The Monsterverse.
Oh yeah, Godzilla, King Kong, those massive city-smashing battles. Pure cinematic escapism, right?
That's what it looks like on the surface. Big monsters, big explosions.
What am I watching?
I hate it.
But
That sounds so cringe.
Within like 5 seconds, I don't want to do this.
Yeah.
Wait, so just to confirm, that's an AI voice of 2 different people?
Yes.
Why?
So it's an AI simulating a conversation. That's so weird. And,
is
and
weird,
also,
it
like
is.
the subtitles, it's
Are you
just
okay?
basically TikTok made the video.
Are you okay, man? Are you lonely?
The problem
fix that.
too with this is that I do know the person who runs this. Obviously, it's a real person. Like, I don't understand why they didn't just do this script like with their actual voice.
Wait,
Yeah.
Is it one person making a fake conversation?
I don't know if there's any other people on
that's-
this channel or on this like
Well,
page.
we all know women can't be Godzilla fans, so it has to be.
Yeah,
wouldn't
yeah.
stoop so low.
Our
Like,
theory is
Exactly.
totally
Women are
good.
too good for Godzilla. Let's be real.
Yeah, like they wouldn't stoop so low as to like be invested in Godzilla. They're a lot smarter than that. Surprisingly enough.
Women are weird in the sense that they're too good for Godzilla, but they're not good enough for Gigan.
No,
so
the
they're
reason
on that
why-
empty void.
Because otherwise, I'm pretty sure most of them would just try to sleep with him.
Swath, how's it going?
Gigan, which one? Because I know for a fact that the Final Wars Gigan can definitely pull.
Yeah, he can whip people too. Like
He can whip people. Okay, now
Considering, here's the thing.
Yeah, no.
Considering the fact of like working in a bookstore and opening up boxes, organizing the sections, and seeing everything that I see on a daily basis, there is definitely going to be at one day, some shape, some form, a kaiju romance that I'm going to see on that shelf. My coworkers are going to look at me and be like, hey, this is exactly for you. And I'm going to cry. I'm going to go into the break room and I'm going to cry.
the sad thing is that already exists.
Oh yeah,
somewhere.
I mean like on public, like a physical in-store,
mainstream, you
not
mean?
like a in like I can get this online thing. I'm talking like people are gonna be talking about it on book talk type of thing. It's coming one day. I'll
50 Shades and Gojira.
Yeah.
Well, actually, there was this
50
Transformers
Shades.
show, technically,
Oh.
where they transform only if a little girl kissed them.
What?
So
That
they
was
needed to
weird.
have. Yeah,
That is
so
weird.
so they needed to have a little girl
I just
at all
remembered
times so they
them.
could transform.
Them.
Why a little
Yeah.
girl? Why not just like an adult human woman?
Because it was Japan. It's Japan.
Oh.
Also, real quick, it looks like someone else just joined. It is Godzilla 2005. How's it going?
Oh,
It's going good.
Zim.
My second time meeting with Sea Monsters Essays.
Oh,
And,
welcome.
Zim.
Hey, pleasure to meet you.
Just for
And
confirmation.
with Black Garuni as well.
Just so I can
Quiet.
give you accursed information. Said kaiju romance novel kind of already exists.
People.
Rule
No,
34.
I don't
If
remember
they-
the name of it.
What do you
but
mean by that?
It is actually a romance
exactly what I mean.
manga about a girl who's cursed to become a kaiju.
It's the kaiju, like it's like CH something or something like that, right? Is that the one you're thinking of?
I don't remember.
CH
exactly.
Lewis.
Hang on, I'm looking this up real quick.
Gotcha. Well, we're gonna continue the torture as we go, guys.
Yay. I love pain.
Not entirely,
hate all
because
of you.
hiding underneath all those amazing special
love you.
effects, the giant creatures, the
Amazing.
pure mayhem.
Excuse me?
there's this
I found
surprisingly
it.
consistent presence.
You mean the U.S. military?
Precisely,
Yeah.
the strategic hand of the United States
called,
military. So today our deep dive is looking at every single way the legendary MonsterVerse films, starting from that 2014 Godzilla, were involved with or affected by.
This feels
or
like something that would be
influenced
played
by
in
the US
school.
military.
So we're not.
So, what were you gonna say, Kuro?
Yeah, it's called Kaiju Girl Caramelize.
Yeah, that's it. Yep. I've seen it on our shelves before. I've never touched it though.
I read a few volumes out of just morbid curiosity.
Sure.
Morbid.
Yeah.
For educational research, I'm
For
sure.
the plot. Sure.
Morbid.
Yeah. Has there
Hey,
ever
Nate.
been like a movie that was just like really bad porn acting, but there's like no sex?
Earth Defense Widow.
Godzilla the
Oh.
Planet
Yeah.
Eater.
I mean,
Hey.
that one does have some weird
Earth
sexual
Defense
shit
Widow is
between
almost
the.
exactly what you're
Yeah, Connect
describing.
Life. Everyone forgets Connect Life.
Yeah.
Of course, the worst Godzilla movie is the one with sex in it.
Actually, no. GXP is the worst Godzilla
Well,
movie.
Godzilla vs.
98.
Megalon does have
I'm
porn.
sorry.
Nah, Final Wars is the worst one.
Shut
Man,
your mouth.
Real
What
character,
the
clown
wow?
porn.
GVK and GXK are fighting for first place.
I hope
And
you know that
GXK
Final Wars takes a very high IQ to understand.
Yo, remember
Yeah,
what that one
it's
guy?
so high that you go back to zero.
Yeah, exactly.
It's
It's a bell curve.
It's like what was it called during the 2000s where everyone was afraid the world would die because
Y2K?
you know.
What's okay?
Yeah. So
That's
the
what it's
IQ, your IQ goes so high that it just resets to 0 because it's like a binary unit or something like that.
Wasn't a plot
So-
point in Metal Gear Solid 4 bringing things back to 0 and then to minus?
Oh yeah,
Godzilla
I've
minus 1?
never-
To minus one?
Favorite movie.
Eh. But let's keep going, guys.
Yeah.
I don't want to. Stop, please.
Please, no, I don't want to do
Into
this.
the how. What
We've
specific
reached
changes
our
about these
limit.
scripts? Why do some critics
Who's
find
we?
portrayals, well, problematic?
Exactly.
About the deeper messages of maybe subtle stuff embedded in these massive blockbusters.
Exactly. Our mission for you, listening, is to get that shortcut to being genuinely well-informed about how Hollywood's biggest monsters get shaped in part by the Pentagon.
And what that actually means. when you
What?
sit there-
Guys, it's the Pentagon.
Okay.
They're behind everything.
Okay, you know what? I'm actually interested now. I'm actually invested. I want to see where this goes.
I mean, to be
IQ was
fair,
responsible for Godzilla for GXK.
I mean, to be fair, Godzilla 1998, G14, KOTN do feel very heavy militaristic stuff in them by being focused on the American military a lot.
Well, because
But-
it takes
I
place
mean,
in
if a
America.
giant monster attacks
It takes
a
place.
city,
Yeah, it takes place in America.
yeah, if a giant monster attacks a city, then what are they gonna do? Like, not deploy the military?
What are we
Yeah.
supposed to do? Die? Like,
Sure.
I don't understand.
But it
Well,
feels
the thing-
very pro-militaristic in those movies.
Well,
How
but
is it
you-
pro
wait.
if
But
the
they
military
fail
Ones? Which
constantly?
ones did you say?
Yeah, the military
I-
fails constantly. On top of the fact, like, we kind of need them to defend us from the giant monster that is currently fighting.
Like,
our
I was, my
cities.
question,
Also in-
before anyone else says anything, my question would be, like, what exactly about that would be pro-militaristic? And, like, what do you mean by that term?
They're never shown at fault in those movies. They always
Before
They
anyone else
almost
says
nuked
anything,
the city.
they almost nuked the city in
Yes.
2014. They destroyed the Chrysler Building in 98. And they're shown
98.
exceptionally competent throughout Godzilla 98. The U.S. military uses the Oxygen Destroyer in King of the Monsters in 20.
And that's all they do,
Godzilla
by the
versus
way,
Kong.
because we
And
need to
actually-
take into account that it was Monarch with
Yeah,
G-Force instead of the military.
Yeah, not to mention the
Throughout
fact that
most
in
of-
GVK, most of that's Monarch, not the military, and the same also goes for GXK. If anything, Monarch as a organization causes more damage to the world in the later Wingard films than the United States military does in 2014, and they were literally almost nuking a city.
That is true.
Yeah. And on top, like I'm telling you, like it's not pro-military to have the military defend their nation. That's just like what they're made. That's the entire reason why they exist.
Film is pro-military when they don't show the military committing war crimes and then telling the audience that military is bad. That is like how
you can at most say that it's incidental propaganda, but it's not necessarily intentional. You know, like it's going to make some people feel inspired. For example, with Transformers, and I don't think that those are propaganda either, and they're, you know, at least not intentionally. But of course, you know, you have this thing where, hey, if you want to use the vehicles, if you want to take the shots, you do need to make something that's approved by them. But the intention is not to be propaganda or pro something. It's just like to show it. And according to that, I mean, or to do that, you need to follow some rules. Like it's incidental. It's not on purpose.
Well, let's
on
also
that note,
not
I would
forget
say
that
propaganda would need to be intentional. It wouldn't. I don't think it can be accidental.
Well, like one thing I was gonna say too is that like when it comes to Godzilla, ever since Godzilla 1954, Japan has had to partner with the JSDF in order to use their footage. Like the main reason why G-Force became a thing in the later Heisei films is because JSDF like objected to how they were portrayed in Godzilla versus Mothra, so they pulled out.
Yeah, they literally said we wouldn't have attacked Mothra if she was doing this, which is actually kind of like, you know, like very childish to say. I wouldn't have done that. You know, it's like, dude, you attacked the bug.
That they were kind of portraying the villains for attacking Mothra.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See, Nate,
God forbid I defend my nation.
The difference is that's Japan. America bad.
Yeah, literally. That's like the entire point of America bad.
Yeah, Hassan taught me that America is always bad.
We have to protect Japan from the mean old Americans.
Yeah, as if Unit 731. Have we forgotten about Unit 731?
Well, don't you understand? America attacked Japan unprovoked.
Oh, right. Yeah, that's
but
like.
Let's keep going.
Yeah. Pearl Harbor never happened.
Yeah. Unit 731.
Kind of have to rewind way back
to the beginning, 1954.
Can we stop it already?
Godzilla.
No.
Yeah, Gojira. And it wasn't just, you know, a creature feature. Far from it.
Absolutely not.
Can you play Subway Surfers in the background?
Guys, I think a Gamera and Nemesis stand is trying to get in.
Someone's trying to get him.
Yeah.
Oh,
there he is.
There he is.
Hi.
Yeah.
I am dropping in, pausing my class time real quick to lay into the whole bullshit about about the Westerns being pro-military. This is the same bullshit people were saying about primitive war. I just want to state, so Godzilla 2005, by your same logic, Gojira, GMK, Return, -1, Shin, technically Raids Again. Actually, not Raids Again. King Kong versus Godzilla to a degree. Mothra versus Godzilla. Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster. All of those movies are all pro-military. Because it portrays a military group or the military itself in some level of benevolent light by them protecting Godzilla. Even when they do
also the fact that they are just doing what is factually their purpose.
Mm-hmm.
That. This is like the same bullshit people were saying about primitive war.
The problem is that like anytime the military is involved in any story, if it does not adhere specifically to whatever politics that person is, they will assume for some reason that it's quote unquote pro-military.
Yeah.
Exactly.
They'll use the buzzword militaristic.
Because, guys, don't you know that having a military be cartoonishly evil and saying military bad is called subtext?
And it's deep
also
and reflective of the real world.
Profound.
No.
The same way they'll have a church and have it be evil. Like, churches.
Nuance scares these people.
Exactly.
You need to bash it on the head.
There we go.
I know this is gonna sound kind of cringe, but I wish, hear me out. Mark Russell said to Godzilla after reviving him with a bomb, saying, "I'm sorry that we had to do this to you." And then Godzilla makes an aggressive growl and then storms off.
He killed his kid.
That's actually communicated through visuals. Like, I will criticize King of the Monsters for a lot, but this scene where Godzilla and Mark are looking at each other is really good. Like that is
he killed this
amazing visual storytelling. Because they come to an understanding and Mark's arc completes. They didn't need dialogue for that.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Brayden, he killed his kid though.
Every time you said that, Black, I'm just imagining that one scene from House where they're like, "They killed our lord. You think we should trust them?"
But
fuck them
Nate,
kids.
I haven't even been here for like about an hour, and you already got me defending King of the Monsters in some way. This isn't right.
Yeah. I know. Well, what's
I
it
don't
called?
like this.
Brayden, just remember, it is Zimcast 99. Anything goes today, except me defending 98. I will not do that unless absolutely necessary.
By the way, for the intervention, class is going to end for me in about an hour and 45 minutes, at least.
Once,
for the first one.
once I'm probably gonna hop off after I eat lunch because I've got a shit ton of stuff for college I need to work on over the weekend.
I think it would have been better if you took away the words "ton of stuff" for college and just ended it with that.
Yeah.
That's your reason for leaving.
So I have, about an hour and 45 minutes and then a 45-minute break in between, so I could probably hop on for that and we could do the intervention there.
Don't worry, my friend. We're still going to be going. We still got time.
Yeah, no, I've been listening in. I know the context of everything going in. I just wanted to grill into Godzilla 2005 again. Because I have things to say.
Wait, are we having an intervention for Nate's alcoholism?
No, we're having an intervention for Vic.
No, don't take that away from me.
Hot takes.
I would never steal Nate's alcohol. I would.
Thank
I would,
you.
I would, in fact, drink with him.
I will respect alcoholism even if I do not engage with it.
Woo!
Drink chocolate milk. Chocolate milk.
No!
Oh, come on, it's chocolate milk. It's fine. Chocolate milk is a fine
Wait,
alternative.
wait. Chocolate milk mixed with Kahlua, mixed with Bailey's.
Everything was made for humanity.
Before we go back to the torture, I'm shocked that in this conversation no one has brought up Man of Steel.
Black?
Why would we talk about good
because Man of Steel, I wouldn't call that pro-militaristic either, but like
I think it's edging on it.
Kind of.
Because like there is very interesting like glorification of the military, but at the same time they are shown to be quite incompetent, but also Superman's everyone's incompetent in that movie. It's hard to tell. But if you look at the marketing, I would say the marketing is kind of propaganda.
Yeah.
I'll say this, I have not watched the trailers for Man of Steel in a long time, and I haven't even watched Man of Steel in since Batman vs Superman, I think.
The marketing constantly shows Superman with like military members saying like become a hero. Like it was a huge campaign for people to join the military.
If you look at the production of the movie, or I think it was like for the soundtrack in particular, it was Hans Zimmer that said that he wanted to use more the kind of instruments you'd see in contemporary American music, which I think kind of the influence of the soundtrack was also, I think, could be interpreted as a way to simulate the feeling of patriotism. I'm stretching here because truth, justice, the American way, Superman, all that stuff. It's just, I think it's edging on it, but that could just be a stretch. I mean, there's a lot of drums, a lot of guitar. So
this is a different conversation entirely, but I'm just going to throw this out there. Also, is it a bad thing to portray your military in a good light? They're there to protect you.
As someone who has been in boot camp, I would say that I'm just saying, like if a movie tells me, hey, the military's here to protect people, and we see them trying to protect people even though they fail,
and their intended purpose,
so why is that a problem?
For me, I'm gonna just before you go, I'll stay on stage, but I'll be muted while in class. So, yeah.
Okay. If you have anything to say, just put it in chat, and I'll say it for you.
I just realized Hoshi's backstage, so if you are gonna be muted, we can remove you and add Hoshi in. Hello, Hoshi.
Hey guys.
being
I mean, if you don't portray the military as too completely positive or too completely negative,
What
then
does that mean, though? That'd be my question.
Yeah,
And why
like
is it
why
wrong?
is that bad?
you're portraying them as
Wait.
neutral forces.
Yeah, why is that bad?
I'm just
Wait, but
saying.
what does neutral forces mean, though? Like, extrapolate from that.
N- well, doing good stuff for your own country and incompetent stuff, thinking you'll win, and doing some horrible stuff to other countries. I'm just
So, in
saying.
that, then my question then becomes that would then mean a story has to wrap itself around that concept and has to then show geopolitics, which may not necessarily be conducive to the story you're trying to tell. That's
On
a,
top
then
of the
another
fact,
By the
on top of
way,
the fact that that's
hey,
a like
Zim,
I think I know
Zim,
where
I
he's
just
coming
wanted
from.
to say that congratulations on your 99th live stream.
Thank you, my friend.
I was gonna say that I know where this comes from. At least this philosophy comes from, and it's a very naive philosophy. Mainly because it assumes that the aggressor, anybody who is an aggressor to a country, therefore must be inherently evil, doing something wrong. When there is
There
so
are bad
much.
countries.
Yeah, like there are so much there's so much nuance in the fact, like, people will say, "Oh, America was wrong for dropping the bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki," but people forget what happened in Pearl Harbor, and people forget the fact that they were committing literal war crimes, like
I wouldn't even
Unit
specify Pearl
731.
Harbor. You don't even got to mention Pearl Harbor or Unit 731. You can just mention the island hopping campaign.
Well, that'd be for America, but I would say like just
yeah.
like Japan's invasion into China and everything that happened is a pretty good example of that.
No, but
Also,
I'm not gonna say America's innocent.
Looks like someone else is trying to join as well. So, Minecraft, if you are still listening, I'm gonna move you from the stream and from the lobby just so that we can have whoever's trying to get in. And
it's probably Gojin.
It's probably Gojin. Okay, we'll see. Let me remove you from the stream. So this isn't banning him, I'm just kicking him. So then let's see who is trying to join. Whoever you are trying to join, try joining again. It should let me know now that you're joining. But I would say, like, if you want something that's as realistic to how the military is portrayed, then following along the lines of Generation Kill is going to be your best bet, because in that case you are following all the boots on the ground and what comes with a territory of either being in a foreign country or having to deal with the structure that is the military.
Or Apocalypse Now, I think, as well. Apocalypse
Or Monster
Now.
Hunter.
Because are you serious?
I will fucking murder you,
Vic just being the rage baiter to end all rage baiters.
That's literally.
I know it's rage bait, but why am I still
I
angry?
can't believe I fell for that.
Oh my god.
I know it's rage bait. Why am I still angry?
So what's rage bait this time? I don't know.
Vic just being
so, yeah, the discussion is like movies that portray the military properly, and then Vic out of nowhere is like Monster Hunter.
Well, the hunters aren't even a military.
Hey, I love Monster Hunter.
Vic is just wrong as always.
Hey, I love Monster Hunter. Don't judge me.
There is dead ass, like, Jim, this is gonna send you up the wall like it did me. There is now a conversation about Monster Hunter maybe having pro-colonialism undertones.
Oh, that was a discussion in the fandom for a long time. Where the fact that, like, oh, Monster Hunter is all about you just killing innocent animals. Yeah, those arguments have been. I've heard that for so long. I'm not surprised. Like
that is like the first.
That's old hat. It's old
That
hat.
reminds me of the Warhammer stuff where people Twitter discovered Warhammer and they got to the the Tyranids and they're like, oh my god, they're just like the Jews, and whoa,
like, no,
why are you comparing the Jews to the bugs?
Can I say something about Monster Hunter?
Yes.
I mean, saying that. I mean, what I don't know what's the point of hunting the monsters, because that's like literally the same thing as early humans hunting mammoths, brown sloths, smilodons, cave bears, or something.
So then,
else.
wait. I'll answer. it is not the same thing because unlike early humans who are needing to subsist off of these animals, the goal of the hunters in the Monster Hunter world is specifically to categorize, understand, and therefore have a better relationship with the monsters that they are sharing their world with. They are not trying to exterminate monsters from the area that they are inhabiting because they literally have in the game and in the lore certain groups of people to fight against and kill poachers who are hunting monsters, and they do everything in their power to maintain the ecosystems that they are hunting
There's also
in.
the fact that there are certain monsters that are genuinely just so dangerous that they fuck up ecosystems by their sheer presence.
Yeah. Like
this
by
is-
that same wait,
This
by
isn't
that
even
actually
like
I want to
talking
ask
about like the elder dragons, which are a
Yeah.
completely different tier. I'm talking about things as bots as like the Devil Joe.
Yeah. Or like
I don't
2005, I would
What
want to ask
about
a question.
Fatalis? What about Fatalis?
Fatalis would be
Also-
another monster that would have to like die, I'd say, because of
To,
how like weirdly aggressive it is to humans.
To play devil's advocate, say there was a game about just exterminating species. Okay. Like, yeah, that's morally reprehensible, but it is a video game.
If it's portrayed as morally reprehensible, then yeah.
You can play as the bad guy.
Super Earth is not point like we lost that understanding, and it's killed like discussion of media.
Yeah, that fiction is fiction.
Yeah, I guess by that logic, I guess by that logic, Sucker Punch shouldn't be allowed to make any more infamous games if they were able to make any more, because we can't. No, if we give people the option to be evil, to be a villain in these games, then that's going to send a bad message. It's like the games acknowledge that you being a villain is going to have like the repercussions. If you will.
And even then, there's some games that actually,
fair,
like,
in
their statistics.
Yeah.
At least I think it was in Destiny. I don't remember if it was Destiny or not, but there's like a game that statistically people
Mass
chose
Effect.
to be
Mass Effect. It was the people chose Paragon over Renegade like by a huge margin.
Yeah. Like people
are naturally morally inclined through society and our own like just general understanding of making our lives better to you're more inclined on both a societal and instinctual level to be a good person.
When I'm in GTA, I try to drive safely, for example.
I mean,
you're
dude,
better than me.
when I play Cyberpunk, I usually try to drive safely. The only time I'm
Me
playing
too.
a game and I'm not driving safely is when I'm playing Helldivers, where there's literally little to no roads unless like I'm in a city and the city is already destroyed, or I'm playing Arkham Knight and I'm trying to run over criminals. So like,
or like I would say like for my own example, I have literally only played in Skyrim the vampire side of the Dawnguard questline a total of one time because I do not personally agree with the vampires as characters, and it's not even like, for example, the Dark Brotherhood where I'm like, oh, I like the fantasy of playing an assassin. Like that's fun to like
Also,
some degree, but like
another game that kind of goes into punishing you for choosing an evil route. I don't know if
Bioshock, for example.
or not. Fucking Undertale does this as well, where if you choose to literally kill everybody, you get significantly more challenging boss fights, and you are portrayed as a horrible fucking person.
The other thing too is that like if you like combat, the game through the verisimilitude making you out to be a horrible person is giving you that challenge that you want from a game like this. So it supports the mechanics through its plot as well.
Also, Faith, I wanted to mention this game because recently I've been getting back into it because I really love that game trilogy. In that game, you can in the first game you can choose to kill Amy Martin, the girl that Father John Ward has been trying to like exorcise. You have that choice, and there's like a reason to believe that hey, like the exorcism failed twice already. She's already gone. The devil already took her. There's no real point to really continue to like let her, haunt everything and let the cult use her. So you might as well just kill her. But if you get that ending, then you get the bad ending where you as Father Ward get arrested, and in this and second ending doesn't really have multiple endings, or it actually does have multiple endings, but like none of them are really too consequential. But in Faith Chapter 3, you're commissioned by Father Garcia to stop the cult that is trying to summon a demon that is trying to bring forth the Antichrist, and you have the choice to not do that. The cult is currently like kidnapped your Father Ward's twin sister, and trying to perform the second death on her, which is basically carving someone's face out and passing babies through the hole until something comes out, basically making a portal through hell. Which is why some of the characters work at abortion clinics, because they take the babies and pass them through the hell portal through the face until something comes out. And one of the endings, the worst ending, the Damnatio Memoriae, basically you do nothing. You let the cult do whatever they want, and the ending is basically you just being removed from existence, being deemed like so hateful to memory, and to like, because your actions were just so deplorable, the devil literally takes your soul and you die. Like, you have that option, but like typically you want to avoid that kind of thing. So just because you have the option to like do nothing, you know what I mean? I think it just reinforces that point. Just people.
Most
Speaking
people
of people,
will, if you give them a choice, most people will choose to be a good person in these kind of games.
Yeah, like I bought the Alien vs Predator game, and I never played as the Alien or the Predator. I just played bad Call of Duty because I didn't want to kill people. That's how nice I am. I got scammed.
A bit more nuance of a version of this, and I'm going to be talking about my favorite game here for a bit, Persona 5 Royal. In this game, in the final arc, you have a choice between staying... So the plot of like January in Persona 5 Royal is that you and your friends have been trapped inside of an alternate reality where all of the bad stuff that happened to you and your friends never happened. So, this one girl's friends was not assaulted. Someone else's parents are still alive. Some of them that have career opportunities still that they didn't have access to because of them being abused or previous wrongdoings. Some people have been given completely fresh starts and are practically unrecognizable from how they are in the game up until that point. And you're given like the dilemma of, is this okay? Like, yeah, we were made who we are by everything that we've been through. And the game very much goes into telling you that staying in this reality is the wrong choice. And it's, I don't know, I'd take any opportunity to talk about this game because I love it.
Tying it back to Godzilla, it's telling to me that the first film in the franchise does not overtly condemn the scientist who creates a super weapon greater than that of the atomic bomb. There's a level of nuance there that I feel has been lost when it comes to discussions about the franchise.
Yeah, like even in -1
mentions, like in the film, the creation of the...
Sorry, did I just hear someone like fart into the microphone? What was that sound?
I do not want to know.
Yeah, and can you do it again? I need a sniff.
Yeah. I'm dead.
I think it was me opening up a bottle of Diet Coke, and it does the whole thing.
That was me. I'm making lunch right now, and I emptied out a bottle of honey mustard.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, because it sounded like air coming out of a really tight hole. So yeah, that was it.
It's a cylinder.
Oh, whoa, hold on. Can we
continue?
Can we just focus on the fact that you described the hole as tight?
Like that. I mean, it is tight if it's a mayonnaise hole, like where it comes out
easily
from.
Could have said air out of a hole, but you specify air from
again.
Tight
yeah,
hole.
I get it.
It was tight, like that horse last night.
I was just gonna say that.
What do you say, Hoshi?
No, I just said that the video that you guys are looking at. Can I just say why did this guy have to do an AI Godzilla? Just why?
Why did they have to do an AI video, not just Godzilla? Just the whole thing is AI.
Yeah, the entire conversation is like a man and a woman talking, like it's a podcast of sorts. It just
robots.
It
Wait,
doesn't
you
sound
and the
human.
Vic are talking.
Wait, the whole thing's AI? Why are you guys watching AI videos?
I think that maybe they had a conversation and the voices were changed because they didn't like their own voices, maybe.
I doubt that.
I don't
The
know.
dialogue
Can
is
we
just
okay, hang on.
like the way the
Can we
words they
can
use
we start
is
this
weird.
video so we can get
Like-
this over with?
Like, I'm not gonna say that like recording audio is easy, because when I was recording my video on, I'm not gonna say what it is. It's a surprise. It's I lost my voice and I couldn't finish the script, so I just straight up said, "Oh, listen, I had this whole segment planned out, but I lost my voice, so I'm just gonna end it here." That I get it. It's sometimes hard, but like, do it anyways. Do it anyway.
Yeah.
That or just like
Howard.
hold off till your voice gets better and then do it again.
Yeah, because to be
yeah,
fair,
but no,
like
Brian.
I understand some people like hate AI, like really fucking hate it, like they're like Nazis against AI. But the thing is, I'm not really one of those, and I cannot even focus on this video. You can
Sucker.
actually say that it's soulless. Like there's nothing that grabs my attention here.
Yeah. The problem, like for me, I think AI is a tool like any other. I am in no way, shape,
Yeah.
or form offended or threatened by the idea of AI taking over my jobs
Me
or
neither.
things like that.
Yeah.
I think that like in a lot of cases, there are so many problems with AI already on its own, especially the art side, that if someone sees something as AI, not even if they're like rabidly against it, they're just going to be put off from it because it just doesn't look as good compared to like anyone else who is skilled at what they do. Will many companies try to use it to like circumvent costs and things like that? Yes, but I do not believe for a second that most consumers are going to prefer AI over like regular traditional art. Again, excluding anyone who's like rabidly against it. But I think people who are rabidly against it and overly hostile to people who like AI do more for people to be like, I don't care if it's AI or not. I just don't like people like
Same. Yeah, that's true because they're annoying. It's the typical virtue signaling bullshit that they always
it feels
love
like a
doing.
virtue
The
So
arguments against it that I hear aren't very
I
convincing.
think that's my whole thought process. Like, by being this overtly hostile, you're shooting yourself in the foot because you're pushing people away from real artists.
Okay,
Yeah.
I think it's time to continue the video.
Yeah.
No, please stop. No. No.
Actually,
no.
I did want to say one more thing about AI.
Alright, gets last
because,
word.
like, yeah. So
Wait, you're gonna
basically,
kill
I
him?
just found out. So basically, I found out that Shad from Shadiversity used AI. This is from like a year ago, but I just found out about it because of recommendations from YouTube. And the thing is, some people are legitimately saying that his art was better than the AI version. And while the AI wasn't really good, I feel like everyone on the comments was being so pedantic about it. You know, like, oh, it's so sad that he cannot recognize how good his art is, and it's like his art is trash. It's bad. It looks ugly. Like some of his characters, not all of them, but some of them looked like Invader Sim background characters
thanks,
that
buddy.
were rejected.
I will forever curse myself that I have not referenced Invader Zim in any of Zim's podcast.
Well, yeah, that's the funny thing is that like, despite my name, very rarely do we make Invader Zim references.
I love
You
Is,
should
is
do it
your
at some
name
point.
actually inspired by Invader Zim?
What was that?
Is your name you take it from Invader Zim?
Yeah.
Ah,
As well as
wild.
Zim from Starship Troopers.
Oh, you are autistic.
Yep. As well as I also just aesthetically, I love a lot of the alien tech you see in that show. Plus, it's like the color palette is unique to me.
Oof, the color palette
What do
is
you
so
think of?
fucking good.
Have
I
you seen
love it.
Enter the Florpus?
The Florpus. Oh my god.
Hey,
And by the way, also
I will
comics.
say, I will make this the last thing. Well, I'll say my thing, Hoshi's last thing, and then we'll keep going with the video. The movie is really bright, as well as everything seems a bit more rounded. And personally, I do not like how the movie looks, although the story is still pretty fun. I will say that.
I love
Just so you know, there's comics that accompany it. So if you want some nice new stuff for Invader Sim, there are new stories that have.
Yeah,
been
no,
made,
I have looked at
thankfully.
the comics. Yeah.
My favorite scene was when Dib's father was like, "Why are you wearing those shirts?" And then he just his gloves just disintegrate, and he
I never hired any of you.
And then just Kamehamehas the robots.
Okay.
Or just anytime. What's it called?
Can I say something?
Yeah, go.
So, hey Zim, have you ever heard of a comic called Jack the Homicidal Maniac?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's Vasquez is. Wasn't it? It was either his first or just
It's
like one of
his
the earliest.
first.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've heard of it. Yeah.
Alright, let's keep going, guys.
Nagasaki less than a decade before, in 45, and Japan was still grappling with the fallout, literally and metaphorically.
And the film wasn't just vaguely inspired by that, was it? There was a specific event.
There was the U.S. nuclear tests on Bikini Atoll, which you have to remember felt geographically really close to Japan, much closer than to the U.S. mainland.
Right, and the specific incident, the fishing boat.
Yes, the Daigo Fukuri Maru, the Lucky Dragon number 5.
Oh my
On
god.
March 1st, 1964, just months before the film began, this boat got caught in the flood out from a U.S. hydrogen bomb test, the Castle Bravo test.
Oh wow, so real people.
This is
It does sound like two teachers trying to interest students. You were right, Black.
Yeah,
You know
I'm
what it
always
sounds
right.
like
What are
to
you
me?
talking about? I know I'm right.
To me, it sounds like
Not about
that
Superman.
one Metal Gear conversation, but like worse.
Who said that?
Yes.
So every
Me.
conversation.
Oh yes.
Wait, let's get. I want to get to the end of at least them talking about Bikini Atoll because I do have something I want to say.
Okay.
No, you mean
One
atoll.
crewman, Kobayama Ikichi, died from it several months later. This wasn't an abstract fear for the Japanese audience. It was a raw, recent, painful memory. It made Godzilla incredibly potent.
So Godzilla himself, he wasn't just a monster; he was the bomb, basically.
He was the embodiment.
True.
Godzilla was the bomb, but the one problem I also have with them mentioning this is the fact that they don't include the fact that the U.S. was telling people to stay out of the immediate area of the nuclear test for the exact reason, so they won it. It's due to the error of the fact that Bravo's bomb was larger than expected, that they didn't experience the fallout.
Speaking of that, like, and I mean, yeah, it was an unexpected tragedy when you really think about it.
Mm-hmm.
I think one of the reasons behind why the bomb was so much bigger, it had something to do with the materials they were using.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know that I've heard some things about like America using outsourcing their material to other countries in Africa to acquire their, I think it was their uranium. I don't know which material it was, but yeah, I remember hearing something about that. But I don't now, like, I don't see how this is like, relevant to the topic of what the thesis statement even is. I don't know what it is yet. So.
Well, the thesis statement is that Godzilla is, I think essentially what they want to say is that Godzilla has always been sociopolitical and that the American films have been hijacked by the Pentagon to push a pro-military propaganda. Essentially, that's...
I want to stay and watch the video merely for the schizo point because I like hearing schizos rant.
Mhm.
But this is like the most boring schizo like theory that I've ever heard. Like,
well, this isn't even schizo. This is just like, it's so common that people talk about this, but like, I don't know, the lack of nuance is why I felt I wanted to cover the video.
Yeah, it's very boring. This summer, Dr. Oppenheimer is about to find out what being the bomb is all about.
Godzilla 1, now in theaters.
That's the coolest I've ever heard anyone talk.
But also guest starring Anguirus.
I'm dead. Let's keep going, guys.
Bomb killed people.
Of the harm from nuclear weapons. The concept was this peaceful ancient dinosaur sent on a rampage by the effects of radiation.
And that detail about his skin.
Yeah.
That's chilling.
It is. The production notes actually say his skin was meant to look like the keloid scars seen on Hiroshima survivors. A direct, visceral link to the human suffering.
Wow. And the film didn't need to spell it out, did it?
No.
America did this kind of thing.
No, it was subtle but incredibly powerful. It questioned humanity, creating
knew it.
without naming names. There's that scene, the woman asking, how could we create such a thing? That really captured the mood of the collective drama.
And the director, Ishiro Honda, he had his own.
Wait, yeah,
It's Cheryl.
Wait, what happened? I didn't
Look at the subtitles.
Ishiro
is Cheryl Honda.
You know how some immigrants in the late, I forgot,
They
which
changed their
era.
names.
Yeah, exactly. This is it. Like if Ishiro Honda arrived in America at that time, that would be his name, Cheryl Honda.
Cheryl Honda. This is like because I use a thing that does auto subtitles for some of my videos, but literally because of the fact that certain times it will mishear what I say, I always try to go through them as much as I can so you don't run into something like this. And like the problem too is that if all the voices are AI, the pictures AI, you'd think that like really quickly you could just have a tiny bit of proofreading for something like that.
God, they just did not give a shit whoever made this.
Exactly.
I think they just assumed that the AI automatically agreed with whatever it is that they were trying to say.
Also, obviously, besides from the fact that like the picture is super small and everything else around it is black, anyone else notice the fact that some of the subtitles are cut off?
Yeah, I've noticed that. Yeah, I mean, because like potent, like the end of that was cut off. It's as if we were meant to like watch this on the screen of our phone screen.
Yeah, but even if it was on the phone, it would still be cut off by the phone screen, though.
Well, that's true. You wouldn't even get the whole picture.
Mm-hmm.
I don't like this video. It's very boring.
Probably one of the shittiest videos because it doesn't even make me angry or frustrated or anything. Yeah, I'm just bored.
I'm playing Invincible guarding the globe.
The other thing too is that like another thing they mention is that like in the production notes they say Godzilla's skin matches keloid scarring. That's not something that was actually true. It was the fact that when they changed Godzilla's skin texture, it was coincidental that it did, instead of it being a deliberate choice to make him that way.
All right, guys. Check main general on the server. I've done my due diligence and updated Wikipedia.
Wait, what?
Oh no!
Is Cheryl Honda?
Brayden.
Cheryl Honda
is
Please take that back. I'm gonna
Don't
check
change
that
it.
tomorrow. It's
Don't
still.
change it.
Someone check that tomorrow.
Don't
It's
forget
someone
still there.
is Cheryl Honda.
Oh God!
Look, that's the firewall. Okay,
Yep.
anyone that doesn't recognize that that's wrong is not a real fan. So we should leave.
No. Anyone that doesn't recognize that is not human. That's like a captcha test right there.
It's just like, again, if you want to, like, the video wants to talk about this deep, serious topic, but you literally did not even try to check on Honda's first name.
Yeah,
On top of the fact that like,
they just didn't.
I think he assumed that people were like, they understood what I meant. It's funny. That
Like
you say that,
when you
though.
hear it, it sounds correct, but like if the voice is correct, then just use.
Well, Sim, it's in Japanese, so it doesn't matter how you write it in English.
It would be no. Hang on. It wouldn't even be Ishiro like most people say. It would be Ishiro.
But here's another thing too: is that
He's a hero Honda.
There is another time where people related to Godzilla had their names misspelled, and it was in Gigantus the Fire Monster.
Yeah, we have Angliosaurus, Killer of the Living.
Well, no, but in the credits for it, all the Japanese names are spelled wrong.
There's no way its name is Killer of the Living. There's no way.
That is the actual
Killer of the Living.
Killer of the Living.
Yes, what else am I supposed to kill the guy?
monster.
Killer of the Living.
It's horrendous.
Oh my god! Like, what else are you supposed to kill?
The dub of Raids Again is a really good shit.
You know, that reminds me of when I was like 5 years old. I don't even remember much of the details. I came up with this like fantasy story, and there was about like a magic sword. And to this day, I still cringe when I named that sword. And as a 5-year-old, I thought it was the coolest thing ever. I thought it would be cool if there was a sword named Life Stealer.
Bro, you just named your sword a Skyrim effect?
So you play League of Legends?
Wait, Braden. What color was the sword?
Blue.
Red.
Wow.
Wow.
You know
That's
what?
so
I
racist.
commend you for not making the sword red. I
It's my
remember
favorite color.
there was a sword.
Same.
No, I think I can beat you on this, Braden. You want to know what one sword I had a name for? It was Edgebringer.
Oh my god!
Oh, you were beating something, all right.
No, but yeah. Because I remember I named it Edgebringer because of the fact that I didn't want to name. You know why? Because I had been playing Soul Calibur at the time, so I was like Soul Edge, Edgebringer, Nightmare.
Oh my god.
For
That
me
kind of
back
reminds me
then,
of
I
something
didn't have
similar. I think it was in first grade, but it wasn't a sword. We were ranking tiers of levels of like awesome feats, and some of the stuff we came up with were like masters of the legendary. We got so hyped in class, me and my friend, that we almost got in trouble. Like, oh, like how many times can you flip a pencil? Oh, this tier is godlike. This is beyond god. This is masters of the legendary. And
Masters of the Legendary sounds. You know what? That is quaint in a way that I find adorable.
Yeah, that's cute. That would it would be different if you guys were like, "Oh, we love fishing. Look at this fishing rod and look at this bait. Oh, it's really good. It's a master bait."
Yeah.
Or no, what's it called? Braden, I have another one I can beat you on too.
Oh, you could beat me anytime.
That's what I love to do.
I know.
There was a
the scars agree.
Oh yeah. There was a sword that I designed where I literally was just like, what if it was a sword with like black it was like all rose themed, and I just called it the Black Rose, and it was so bad. And I remember distinctly this is before Ruby had come out.
Yeah.
And then I showed it to someone that's like, just like Ruby. I'm like, no, not like Ruby.
Do you pretty much know that apparently there's like a Yu-Gi-Oh monster called Black Rose Dragon out there?
Yeah,
you know, and here's the other thing too is I had been watching Yu-Gi-Oh. I don't think it was 5Ds at the time, but I do know that there was Black Rose Dragon.
Like, it's not the Black Rose. Honestly, God.
Shut up, Clanker.
Yeah, you're clankering a bit.
It sounds like a fucking ship name between Blake and...
Oh, that's the Clankers talking about Ruby ships.
Oh no, you're clanking out.
You could say you've clunked your last clanker.
My Ruby, do you mean like RWB wine?
That is correct, yes.
Shit.
I love Ruby Rose, and it's not even because of the show. I've never seen it. I just love the memes around her.
Dun 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 dun.
The homophobic.
I love the memes.
I know what you are. Speaking of
Which memes are we talking about?
You know the ones.
The unnatural.
Okay.
It's just ain't natural.
Okay. So real
I
quick.
don't know anything about natural.
Just a quick thing because I'm
Last
probably
thing.
gonna have to go.
Oh, you're bouncing out? Okay.
Yeah. So because I've got a lot of stuff to do for college, and I need to go to the pharmacy and get some more allergy medication. This is killing me.
You're welcome.
I'm sorry.
I do not regret anything.
I think the worst part of your situation is not your allergies, but rather the fact that you're in the education system.
Yeah, honestly, I have like I have to get several pages of a workbook done for my Japanese class. I have an entire damn presentation to get for my zoology, and stuff I have to probably do today.
The fact that you have a Japanese class makes so much sense. I don't know why. It just kind of. I expect
that would include me too. I also have that.
Well, I'm out. I might join later. Depends on how things are turning out, and if I.
But before, hey, Kaiku, I am currently on the 5th episode.
That's my boy. So, as far as things from me, join me and join me in this fucking horse brain rot. Go watch Cinderella Grey. Season 2 drops in October. Go read Chainsaw Man. Drink some water. Hug your mother. And I will see you all beautiful sons of bitches later. And one last thing to piss off everyone.
Why?
Okay.
Ruby is better than Shin Godzilla.
Ooh.
I'll
guess
tell you
maybe.
a better one. Godzilla versus King Ghidorah is better than both. Oh, he's gone.
What? Excuse me. What?
Yes.
Wait, no.
Godzilla
We're
versus
continuing the
King
video.
Ghidorah.
Hold on. No. Godzilla versus King Ghidorah. You're talking about 1991, right?
Yes.
You are saying is better than Shin Godzilla.
Yep.
You're talking about the movie with the idiot time travel plot that contradicts itself.
I mean,
the mixed political messages and just.
It's not as bad as Final Wars, at least. So
That is such a low bar, dude. That is such a low bar. Final Wars. Listen, I love Final Wars. It's one of my favorite movies ever. That's also one of the stupidest movies to ever exist. Nothing makes sense in that film, and I love it for it.
I love how there's an American character and everybody's just speaking Japanese and
he speaks English. It's beautiful.
And so I like to think that the scene where the guy does the sacrifice, he says something in Japanese and then the guy goes, "What?"
All right. Anyways,
let's keep going, guys.
All right.
Nope. We'll save that for. We get rid of. We're only 3 minutes in, guys.
No, we're not. Are we actually gonna watch this whole thing?
Yes.
I don't wanna.
I'm
Too
gonna go
bad.
kill myself.
No, it's boring.
You're in hell with us while you're rooting. Come on.
It's not making us talk about it. Yeah, we're literally tangentializing every 2 seconds because no one wants to actually put any effort into focusing into this fucking thing.
We'll have Subway Surfer on after we finish the video.
What do you mean after?
Yeah, exactly. You heard me. Don't raise your voice to me.
Okay.
Good. I just made Brayden angry.
Honda. He had his own reasons for that anti-war feeling.
Oh, profoundly so. He had strong personal anti-war views shaped by his own experiences. Multiple tours of the Imperial Japanese army are terrible things, even now. It does. That devastation schedule. All of that fed into the film's really somber tone, his plea for discernment and warning.
So in that original
Sit.
Yeah.
Senpai.
I will kill you. Mutilate your corpse.
I will send you to Jesus, and you will get no wine.
Minecraft join.
Diverse women everywhere.
Wait a minute, Jeffrey Dahmer, what are you doing?
No, stop.
Jerry Fogel. If anyone knows who that is,
Jared Fogle.
Yeah.
I know. Oh, I know.
Wait, isn't it
the Subway guy?
I thought it was a Fogle. I thought his last name was different.
No.
You know,
I just heard an echo.
my last name used to be different until you left me.
Yeah, exactly. I took my name back.
No, it makes me think of the episode of South Park where he said he had AIDS, and that he was trying to say, like, I'm going to give you all AIDS, and I'm going to even give the children of the world who don't have AIDS to get AIDS.
Remember when he was a boss in the video game?
Oh, yeah. Now I know. I haven't played that game, but I kind of want to just for that.
It was Stick of Truth, I think it was. Or was it the other one?
Jared Fogel.
I think it's
was
the
a
fractured
boss in the video
butthole.
game. Is that what I'm hearing? Is that what I'm hearing? Do my ears not deceive me? That Jared Fogel was a boss in a video game.
In the South, in a South Park video game, yes.
Oh,
yeah.
okay. No, that makes sense. If it's South Park, yeah. No,
Yeah,
exactly.
I am confident in speaking for everyone when I say that we all hate this video and it's boring.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
So
It is boring, yeah.
Nate,
It's not
if
gonna
you-
make-
I mean,
was gonna
Cheryl
keep talking until I
Hawkins
realized
is
that-
pretty funny, I'm not gonna lie, but
Yeah.
Sorry, I know you wanted to watch this video, Zim, but like there is nothing of substance here. You said it yourself.
Hey guys,
Would you
we
rather
got
watch
is
GXK with me, Black?
Yes,
I will
actually,
murder
yes,
you.
yeah,
No.
yeah, I would.
Let's
I would.
watch. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can
Yes.
hear you.
No,
Yeah.
Cool.
On the bright
Brayden,
side,
Brayden, you
I
made
couldn't
me
hear you
spit.
when you asked if we could hear us. I couldn't hear that part. I couldn't hear when
Brayden,
you asked.
yes, sir.
Brayden, you made me spit out my drink multiple times, and I almost choked. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Anyways,
Hey, he can make you choke
Brayden
in
is
other ways
making
too.
people choke, beat him.
I mean, I'm really sad because Nate used to make me choke, but that's not happening
Talking
anymore.
about,
My
talking about
hand still
rapists
works,
being the
buddy.
places.
It also involved the police in a domestic dispute, but you
Yeah.
know, that's
Well, look at it this way. I did get you put away for life. You had a home, a bed, food, I think.
No,
Did you
it
feed
wasn't
him
like
with
that.
wait. Did you feed him with a dog tray or something?
No. Like the state paid for it because we just put them in with county.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh wait, no. Was it was the domestic dispute anything like in that movie Brothers with Tobey Maguire and the guy from Spider-Man: Far From Home, Jake Gyllenhaal?
I know
No,
exactly what you're talking about.
I do know that. I know what you're talking about, but no.
I would.
Drones now.
Also, I just realized since we're gonna, for the first time ever on Zimcast history, we're gonna DNF a video, which I'll probably just do as my own as a feature video.
Oh, good luck, buddy.
Oh, what's it called? That's fine because it'd probably be a solo one because everyone else is bored. Do we want to do the intervention now since we have all the parties involved except for Hero?
I also have an AI
Hell
script
yeah.
for why 98 was good for the franchise.
I want to see that. Show it.
And now
let's
Talk
my
98.
Godzilla vs. King
Don't
Ghidorah.
think- Don't
Wait,
think
there's so many
98
going
is
on.
that-
The voices.
As long as like, if your reason
It's
for
okay,
98
Brayden.
being if your reason for 98 being good for the franchise is because they gave us Final Wars, then I will back you that. Back you
It's
on
not
it.
my reason. It's AI's.
Oh,
It's
well,
AI.
never mind then.
Yeah, share your screen,
Yeah.
Brayden. Let's hear it.
Reach the messaging.
The
of the
VHS cover
artificial
was cool as
intelligence.
fuck.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Yeah.
Okay,
Share
fair.
screen.
Also, yeah.
Share screen.
One sec, let me remove stop screen.
Also, the
Chrome
toys
tab.
were really nice.
What's up?
Not share.
Also,
We're 98.
Oh wow.
wait, one more
Share.
thing.
Whoa.
Here we go.
Oh my god, a
Yeah.
black screen! It's
He wants to wait. Actually,
This should be better, I think, for us if we're.
I
gonna
just
read
realized.
something.
Hold on.
What?
Give me a moment. My screen's off, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Give me a quick moment.
Oh God, what are you doing?
Well, I just realized that
This-
there was like some personal
some tabs.
tabs. Or
Okay,
something.
you know what, Brayden? If anything, I can mute you. You can get that. You can get your quickie out, and then
Yeah.
just delete the tabs. Okay.
Quickie.
Oh wait. I didn't mean you meant that. I didn't mean to say yeah to that. I did not mean to say yeah to that.
Not that you would complain. I would
Gotcha,
imagine.
boy.
I was just like yeah.
Hey, all right, it's
I wasn't
So
thinking.
so for all you watching, this kid's is why I never say good boy on my streams. He'll hear
All
it.
right.
I'll get excited. It's just-
Exactly.
Now I'm gonna list the reasons why Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah is a much better movie than Shin Godzilla.
Oh gosh.
One, it's
No one
not.
cares.
One,
It's what?
One, Shin Godzilla is nationalist, while GVKG is not. Two,
Shin
its
is not
characters are
nationalist.
lively. Mr. Shindo solos everyone from Shin Godzilla. Three,
Shin
it has a
Godzilla
much
is not
better
nationalist. Shin Godzilla is not nationalist. Shin
It
Godzilla is
has a
not
much better
nationalist.
Godzilla incarnation than the walking statue that they like to call Godzilla, and it has better emotion. And
Do you like humanity?
yes, and
Oh,
four,
I don't believe you.
and four, the story is much more compelling and much more better than that governmental technobabble in Shin.
Why the hell did
Wait,
Kuru
wait,
leave up to this
wait.
point?
And
I know.
God.
Of course, the time when
movie-
crew leaves, this happens.
In five, the movies that followed after versus King Ghidorah were even better than it. Meanwhile, the movies that followed after Shin, like the Polygon trilogy and Singular Point, were terrible.
What about -1?
Yeah, -1 is a different story because it's not a Shin copy.
I hope
Yeah, but you said
know
the
that
films
about
after -1 were bad. So
All of those
Also,
were
there's a-
assertions, and none of them were correct.
There is
about
one
80%
point
of
that I
that.
would
Wait,
add,
wait, wait, wait.
even though I
Actually,
hate
wait.
that
Since
movie.
he's specifically speaking to Braden, I am meeting every single one of you because I want to see this debate happen.
Oh my
Yes.
god.
Okay.
Well,
Shin debate
I would,
preview.
but I actually have to go now.
Of course.
I'm gonna
Somebody
pull out this.
No, wait. Braden, give your points back to at least the things he said, because at least we can make this go into something else.
I mean, the initial thing I was going to point out is that like 80% of those arguments are meta and have nothing to do with the films themselves. Like the films that followed do not affect the quality of what was there, because when that was created, all that was in mind was the film or anything that came before. Anything after isn't the film's fault. Or the fact of it being nationalistic, it's like, okay, let's play devil's advocate and say it is. That doesn't mean you can't craft a good story around it. Like, what's wrong with it having that certain perspective unless it's portrayed well? Isn't that what's at stake in terms of the quality of the writing? Like, none of those have to do with the actual film. Or to say it's more compelling, it's like, well, all right, that's a take. What's the substance behind it? I just feel like that was a lot of fluff just thrown around. But I'd be curious to hear the substance behind it.
Well, the thing is, I will go into more depth into it. I am planning to do a retrospective series on both the MonsterVerse and the Reiwa era, inspired by Brutally Han's Why I Hate the MonsterVerse series, where I ripped to shreds in every single one of those entries, and we'll explain into greater detail why I hate those movies, with the exception of -1, and even then, there is like one big problem in -1 that I don't hear a lot of people talk about, which is even greater than the other problems in that movie, but that will
Wait,
take
I'm curious. What is that?
time. Part 1, I'll talk about G14, Shin Godzilla, and the Polygon Trilogy. In part 2, I'll talk about KOTM, GVK, then -1, and then part 3 is a huge rant on GXK and why I think it's the worst thing that has ever happened in the kaiju subgenre since
But
the Planet Eater.
Wait, what would
I'm
you say
confused.
is,
Wait, were you serious about like Godzilla vs King Ghidorah being better than the other movies?
Yes,
I
he's
thought you were
serious.
Well,
I thought you were like joking, like making arguments on purpose so we could laugh.
No, I'm serious. I do think that Godzilla vs King Ghidorah is better than 90% of the Godzilla movies, and I'm
Oh
actually
my god,
serious.
that is a take.
Yeah,
That
that
is
includes
definitely
the
a take.
Showa era.
I
and the
don't
Imperium
like
era.
Godzilla vs King Ghidorah. I think it's
I would
overrated in my
never.
opinion.
I don't like most Godzilla movies. That's a take.
Yeah, but that's a
Well-
Braden take. That's an expected take.
I just think most of the franchise is hot garbage and has little to no merit, but, you know.
That's not true.
This is
I think Heisei including that one is so low on quality as a whole. I'm not saying that it doesn't have one of the best movies, but I think that they're so bad that you need to watch them dubbed. Because if you don't watch them in the English dub, you're missing some of that badness.
But I'm curious though. What would you say is the big flaw with -1?
Godzilla's tragedy is not touched upon that much.
That's not the point of the movie, though.
That's
Still,
not what the
tragic
movie's.
character.
That is not what the movie is trying to do, though.
If you let me speak for a bit, Godzilla is draconian in the sense that, at least in the Eastern sense, that he is supposed to be a sort of nefarious creature. Like he is draconian. He's not the tragic. The what happened to him was tragic, but that does not make him moral inherently. Also, the tragedy itself. I mean, we do see him getting bombed, but again, he was
Skill
already
issue.
portrayed prior with the Godzilla stories as a nefarious creature that attacks people.
Now he's
You
being
just
a
roboted,
clanker.
dude.
Yeah, now you're a clanker.
No,
Because I mean, I'm all for criticizing -1. I think that movie has a lot of flaws that are overlooked, but that is that's an interesting one.
Before you go, because I'll make this O5's last thing, because he said he had to bounce. How do you define nationalism?
Bias to one country.
Is that bad?
Japan
Wait.
prefers Japan. That's bad. Okay.
Wait. Just a country preferring itself is nationalist. But if a country prefers itself, and that is the definition that we're going with, explain how that is bad, because that is essentially a neutral statement.
Well, it's really hard to explain because I'm not really into politics, but it does seem like from what I've been seeing in Shin Godzilla is that they always portray the characters in that movie always portray themselves as the victims, as like even though there was like Black Rooney said there was a good reason as to why the bombs were dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Meanwhile, at least the characters in GVKG do acknowledge the faults that happened in World War II, and but the Futurians choosing genocide instead of a real what's the word real what's the word?
So to stop you right here real quick, you say that they portray themselves completely as the victims when the main character of the film explicitly says that over positive thinking led to Japan's defeat in World War II. So that would be criticism of the old imperial regime. Not to mention the fact that a lot of the things that they're criticizing of come from the fact that Japan doesn't have direct sovereignty over itself as a nation. So I would then ask, how is that a bad thing?
It's glossed over. That's why.
How?
By just
explain it.
By just focusing on just trying to stop Godzilla, and that's it.
Yeah, because Godzilla's directly attacking them. Yeah. That would
Even still, they do allude to it in several occasions as well. Like I haven't seen the movie in a while, and even I remember that that's something that happens. Like it is addressed.
Okay, well,
that's just not a prescient thing at the moment. Like they're not going to sit there and talk about philosophy or politics or anything or morals
or
and
talk
ethics
about like foreign issues that don't directly involve the growing situation that's happening in front of them.
That doesn't make any sense. Like why would they do that when a giant monster?
I've only seen the dub, so yeah.
The whole point of Shin is criticizing the Japanese government. I'd argue that's the opposite of nationalistic.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
not to mention the fact that like the main character had like the idea of Rando Higuchi as a character had no direct reference in Japanese politics as a whole. So everything else around him that is being criticized would definitely be quote unquote anti-nationalistic because it is a criticism of the nation and its politics.
Yeah, and I wouldn't use the example of Pearl Harbor as a counter either, because like if we're going by your logic, if a movie was made about Pearl Harbor, you would call that film nationalistic as well.
Well, okay, well,
and then we get in a circle.
Okay, well, I actually have to really go now, so once I get that MonsterVerse and Reiwa era retrospective, if you think my points are interesting, then feel free to react to my series.
Yep, we'll gladly do so. And if
Okay.
you want to discuss them in person, just let me know and we can try to schedule a time so that your video is there as well as you are, so that you can expand on anything you feel may be lacking.
Okay,
yeah, then he'll show up
so-
at your house because he said in person.
Alright, so anyways, before I sign off, the Mudos are Cloverfield ripoffs, Haru
Shut the
Sakaki
fuck
is
up.
a
No, they're not.
major
Shut
wannabe, and GXK is the worst kaiju movie of all time. Bye-bye.
That's like the one correct thing he said.
No.
Okay.
No.
Bye.
it's 98.
Gamera Super
It will
Monster.
be if you didn't
okay, if it's
Final
kaiju?
Wars.
Oh,
Ah,
kaiju.
kaiju.
Oh, kaiju.
Braden,
Okay,
Braden,
well, I don't know
Braden,
about kaiju
Braden,
in general.
Braden.
I just know Godzilla.
I hear voices.
Braden, Gamera
Voices.
Super Monster at least had some funny moments, okay? We'll give it that. Let's just
I
give it
barely
that,
remember
okay?
anything funny.
Please.
I just remember pain and agony. I actually was. Am I allowed to say this on YouTube? Am I allowed to say I was Sudoku idol? Will they flag
Yes.
you for saying that?
No, they
can say-
do. But I think we're so far
Ah.
into the video that it may not flag me.
Well, I
But-
was Sudoku idle after watching.
You know
Gamera
what?
Super
You know what's
Monster.
actually more crazy than anything else? I'm surprised you even watched Gamera Super Monster.
Dude, I watched all the Gamera movies.
Really?
Yeah, I did too, including that piece of shit.
Yeah.
I only
no.
watched the Heisei trilogy. What's your take on it?
I actually barely remember, but I remember rewatching the first one like a few years ago, and just being like, "This is all right."
Yeah,
The
I
first one's
just
fine.
like think that like the Gamera Heisei trilogy. I just wanted your take on it since you're a lot more strict, critical. Oh,
Actually,
and,
I don't think I've said this. I'm super curious, Brayden. What's your favorite Godzilla movie? That's not the original. I don't even think I was gonna.
I think that's pretty obvious, buddy.
Say it.
Or Final Wars.
Wait, do you guys don't remember?
I do not. It's been so long.
It's
Because you're not on enough.
2014.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, 2014. It's my favorite movie of all time. It's hot garbage, but it's my hot garbage that I
Oh
can
wait, no.
barely see.
Sorry, not favorite. Best. Like, what do you think?
Oh,
is...
best. I
Yes,
think
yeah.
GMK.
Really?
Yeah. GMK is a
Okay.
solid movie, dude.
Based alert.
It's a good film.
Yeah, GMK's good. Yeah.
I think the biggest flaw of it is its third act is like terribly paced, but besides that, like, it's a solid film.
No, it's a good film. That does. Don't get me wrong. I'm just surprised it's GMK.
I'm gonna have to rewatch it because when I first watched it, I didn't think it was like that. Like I thought it was great, but I didn't think it was like, oh my god, it's so like you know what I mean. I didn't have that strong of a reaction. So
Yeah.
I might have to rewatch it.
Mhm.
Fair.
I'd
a
say
lot
there's
of
a
the
good
best
amount of
Godzilla.
And
there's a
Brayden,
good amount of
obviously-
subtext in there.
Yeah,
And
a
Brayden,
lot of the
obviously
best
we know how-
Godzilla movies. How
Sorry, what?
little there
Brayden-
may be of them. They don't.
And Brayden,
really, like,
obviously, we know how you feel about Pacific Rim, or at least on the visual end. So,
Oh, Pacific Rim is a visual masterpiece. It's a technical masterpiece, if anything.
Fuck the
Like-
sequels.
Wait, there were no
Sequels?
sequels, Akno. What are
There
you
are no
talking about?
sequels.
There was only the animated series The Black.
No, there was nothing. As I
What
put myself like
sequels?
right there.
So now that we're done with this, intervention time. Vic,
The trial of Vic.
yes, you're on
do it.
trial now.
I'm just here.
So I don't know. So I wanted to do a little bit of a PowerPoint presentation, but then I decided I'm tired, I'm sleepy, I'm overworked and underscrewed. I am also very, very, burnt out, and I think it would also be overkill for someone like Vic. So I'm just going to go off the dome because again, I don't want to like crucify the poor guy.
Crucify.
Can we,
I mean, I
can we
would,
just
but I
acknowledge
don't want to.
how he's in the middle?
He is in the middle. That is correct.
He's like, it's like the poster for John Wick 2 where he has all the guns pointed at him. It's just
Except for me, I'll give him
That was
heads
very
up.
much intentional.
Yes,
Somebody-
it is intentional.
somebody draw that.
Zim, you're a genius. Actually, you're
He is a
genius.
genius. That's why I love him. That's why I want him back. Please come back. I love you.
I'm never coming back.
Oh.
Hey, I think I could be an adequate replacement, but that's mainly because I'm lonely. So, offers
talk
up.
about
why are you cheating on CGF movies?
We could. Hey, I have multiple men. All right. There's nothing wrong with being very friendly with other people.
Listen, Brayden, there's a difference.
He has a
between
lot of
you
love to
and
give.
Rooney.
Okay.
There's a difference between you and Rooney. You are in a polyamorous relationship constantly. Rooney's
Yes.
hopping from guy to guy.
That's
I
messed
don't
up, dude.
hop
How
from-
could you do that? That's terrible. You're disgusting. I can't even look at you.
I don't hop from guy to guy. I don't do that.
No, you hop on, guys.
Oh, you think he's hopping on?
Oh, of course. But
Debatable.
black.
Told
Black
you.
this man.
Okay, so I want to organize this like an actual intervention. However, I've never seen an actual intervention, so I don't know what I'm doing. So I'm just gonna pretend like I know. So,
I know
Hey,
how
how
to
about
do
we
it because we had to give Mayanta intervention many times because she was an alcoholic, so I can tell you how. Oh, also she tried to kill me once.
I don't want to learn what it is because what? Wait, what? Wait, what? What?
No, that was a lot to just be like, oh yeah, this and this. What?
This happened.
Yeah, like when I was 5 or so.
Excuse me, huh?
So she tried to do witchcraft on me with the intent to kill, and I legit got sick as fuck. Like no one could help me.
Yeah.
We went to the doctors and shit.
I've heard of things like that happen. Yeah, I believe you. Yeah, you'd be surprised how often that happens, Brayden. That's actually
so
pretty.
Sorry, dude. That's what I feel like we're all taking this very lightly. What the poop?
The only reason I'm taking this lightly is because I know exactly.
Did you just say witchcraft? Intervention to a therapist?
Yeah, witchcraft, like for real. She gave me this sweater that when I put it on, according to my mom, I started getting sick, and for like 2 weeks I had like issues breathing and a bunch of stuff, and no doctor could help me. I was completely fine, but I wasn't fine. And then they had to take me to another person, and she was like, "It's the fucking sweater. Like, we have to do some stuff that I don't remember because I was little." So the reason why this is funny is because I found out when I was 16. Had I remembered anything, maybe it will be like not funny, but to me it's like, haha, my aunt tried to kill me, you know.
Yeah, see, you remind me of Perito Perito from Puss in Boots: The Last Wish. But yeah, no, like
they tried
the
to drown me, but it was okay.
Yeah, but like, okay, the only reason I
Perito is
took it as
nicer.
lightly as I did is because I just know exactly, because something similar happened to my older brother. So like, yeah, that happens a lot. You'd be surprised. I get it.
Good lord.
But yeah, pat you on the head. Pat you on the head.
Yeah,
I know my sister uses witchcraft, but okay. Okay.
Burn the heretic.
Yeah, you gotta see. We gotta bring back the Crusades.
Yeah. Yes, we should. No, I don't know.
Anyways, Vic.
But yes. No, wait. Before we get to Vic, Minecraft World, I swear to God, I promise you, you will get your turn to speak, and you will speak at length because I know you have a lot to say with Vic. That's why I wanted you here.
Cool.
And thank you for being here, by the way.
I am ditching class for this thing.
Nice. Yeah, screw
Base?
the education system.
No,
Anyway,
thing is, I'm in my animation 2 class. I've already finished everything I needed to do. So right now, I have pretty much a good amount of time before my next.
But is it good enough,
Like, literally an
Minecraft?
hour.
Is it good enough, or should you give it another try, and then another, and then another, and then another,
and then another?
Okay,
so from left to right.
I'm not gonna...
All right.
Anyways.
So everyone around Vic, from left to, we're going clockwise. So there's Zim, there's Sea Monster, there's me. I don't know if Brayden. I don't know if you're familiar with Vic or how he operates.
I mean, I just have one criticism, and it's I think you're brown.
Why are we doing the interracial?
Zimcast 99, a celebration of Godzilla, kaiju, and racism.
I've seen pictures of Vic. He is not brown.
Okay, you're good then. Don't
He's
worry.
like, he's
He's a Californian.
So am I. I live in LA.
That's already.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
It's horrible. I hate this place.
It's already an inherent sin.
Oh, I don't know if I asked you this before, but is it true that there's like an app that lets you track where people pooped in the streets?
I don't know about that, but I'll have to ask around.
There should be,
that's
because
how they
if
were
you
thinking,
can do
so that's how
that.
they figured out where
It's
the
not the fact that he
quartering-
doesn't know; it's the fact that he's embarrassed and then has to pretend like he has to ask.
Was it? The track, the poop tracking in for California. Was that how they were able to track the quarterings activity in that Walmart?
Oh God!
It's more of that it's a
Wait,
genuinely
what?
plausible thing.
So Gojin shared like a little sort of like a highlight thing from like this podcast, and they were like covering how like covering like a bit of a podcast where the quartering just like admitted that he just had diarrhea in the middle of a Walmart, and he was like,
Oh my God! I remember. Yes, he was drunk. Yeah, when he talked about it, he was drunk. That's the only time when he's actually.
no, he was grocery
entertaining.
shopping with his wife, and then he just like Yeah, and then he started shitting in like the shoe section, and he had to like instead of going to like, you know how a Walmart would have a bathroom, like I don't know how y'all's Walmarts are pretty much in terms of the structure, but like a Walmart would usually have like a restroom at the front and a restroom at the back, because Walmart's a pretty big place. Even like the normal size ones are just kind of big enough to where you would eat two.
Here in
Instead of
Florida,
going to
they're all in the
the
back.
at the checkout because he thought it would be embarrassing, he decided to go all the way to one to where like in the back where the electronics section is, and then like the poop starts running down when he's at the shoe section, and then he's like and he just leaves a streak behind him as he go from there to the electronics, and then he gets into the bathroom, and he's like throwing like his pants and underwear like around, just on the floor, what have you, and covered in feces, and he just has like explosive diarrhea. He even has a guy like sort of like standing at the entrance. He has like some random old guy, like stand in front of the entrance to make sure people don't go in while he does this.
That's a
takes care of
bro.
the business. And get this, he pretty much realizes he can't go out because it's like covered in shit. So then he uses the sink like it's a bird bath for him.
That's a bro. That's like a genuine bro.
That's not a bro. What the fuck you talking about?
Like standing there so that people don't
what's
go
it
in,
called?
like,
so that
that's
we
a
can
fucking
actually
bro.
get this intervention going.
Yes. Yeah. My bad.
So
Sorry.
from Zim to Sea Monster to me, we can skip Brayden if he has nothing to say about Vic.
So actually, no. We should start from you, Black, and then
Well,
we'll
he's not brown.
end. We'll end on me in this case. So we won't go completely clockwise. Black, we'll go with you first, then Brayden, then Minecraft, and then we'll go around.
Are you skipping me?
No,
No.
you're gonna go before me. I'll go last. We won't go completely all the way around.
So what are we doing? I'm confused.
Intervention. Vic, we're intervening Vic because Vic is a very interesting fellow, and because we are friends, we are trying to hold him up to a much higher standard than he.
The way I love this is that like we're all the equivalent of drug fiends and alcoholics. Yeah, we're having an intervention. Considering everything we've said, that's what makes this even more fun. That is my one thing I'll say.
He's like the most
Black,
normal
go.
person here, and we are the ones doing the intervention to him. It's
Yeah.
cool.
Technically, I'm the normal one here.
No, you're not.
You hang
You
around
are with us. You're not normal.
Yeah, you're not normal.
Yeah,
Sorry.
no, you're with us. Now.
Hoshi,
You're
you and I,
one of
Hoshi,
us.
you and I, Hoshi, Acno, you and I are all guilt by association.
Yeah,
Let's just be real here.
All right, go Black.
If Kuru was here, he would be like the number one just by virtue of being an whatever whatever it's called. I don't care.
A Vosh.
So yeah, Vosh.
The one with forces.
Yeah. So here I will begin. Vic, after multiple podcasts, after many discussions regarding movies, as well as reading your Pocho story, I have come to the conclusion and realization that your view, at least your philosophy, is very selectively relativistic. If it's a movie that you like, then you will always, whenever criticized, you will usually and typically resort to either circular reasoning, post hoc rationalization, or just assuming that legibility is enough to justify the quality of a movie. Which is strange considering that you will actually give genuine criticism to movies like Rebel Moon and Don't Look Up. Don't Look Up in particular is one that I find really interesting because I also don't think that movie's very good. I think that movie is not as nuanced as it thinks it is. I think it's a very pretentious movie, and it's all just and it's also just overall just the acting is good because Leonardo DiCaprio is there and he's an excellent actor. He's good in everything he does. But it's a very hostile movie, and I on the criticisms that you had were very good, so I don't understand where everything else comes from. Because it's almost as if like you will actively, go out of your way to like not you say that you do. You say that you like acknowledge the criticisms, but a lot of it comes across as just saying that you agree mainly to avoid conflict or confrontation, as opposed to like an actual recognition. Oh, this is actually factually true, and this is why, and this is why. Sometimes you will use terminology that I use to make it sound as though your points actually have a bit of more substance than they actually do. And I also noticed that because of how selective you are, and because you generally like things very easily, um, it's very hard to like actually engage in a conversation, which is I think is part of the reason why you're so quiet most of the time, which is a bit unfortunate because I also, when reading your story, your Pocho story, although I didn't think it was anything particularly mind-blowing, it was a very simple story. It wasn't particularly easy to mess up. You had some very like, basic, you understand story structure. Basically you understand how things typically go, basically through osmosis, basically just consuming media. You understand story structure. So it's a very basic story, it's a very simple story, but it does the job. All right, it's very okay, it's an okay story. And because it's so like okay compared to the movies that you actually like, it just completely baffles me that you have the position that you have, especially with in regards to media. Um and a lot of it is also just the fact that it is inherently relativistic, or just experiential, you know what I mean? And that's usually, and I think that you are the product of years and years of a philosophy of relativism evolving. I think it all started with Rene Descartes, and I think the cogito ergo sum proposition is a fundamentally incoherent one. It contradicts its own positing. And like the Enlightenment and all of that, all the way up to now, I think you are a product of everything, how art has evolved and how philosophy has evolved and how it has affected art itself. I think you are the offshoot of an offshoot. You are the product of all those years of thinkers, and I think you are part of the collective of a lot of people that are also the result of all that thinking, of all those philosophies evolving over the course of several centuries, which connects you to all these people. You are basically the general public, trying to dabble in things of a much higher standard. And I think, although the attempt is admirable, I think not only you are not doing enough, I don't think you're also putting as much effort as I think you are, which is funny because last stream that you made, which was just a test stream, I gave you several questions like, oh, like how analyzing your own position, or what have you learned over the course of these however long it's been since we've known each other. I've been I wanted to know, without really spoil anything because I wanted to save it for this intervention in particular, uh how it was that how you analyze your own position. Like, I wanted to know why you thought the way you did, and what triggered it, and what would be necessary for you to like improve and just raise your own bar, raise your standards, appeal to something higher. Um, and you didn't really answer that question. You just focused on the tier list, and I noticed that in your actual tier list for Godzilla designs, I've noticed that most of it was just A. Like, most of the designs for Godzilla over the course of his entire tenure, like his 70 years, a lot of it was an A. There was like a few sprinkled in that was like in B, C, or D, or even F, several in S tier, but a lot of them were in A. So like, I think that's also just indicative of everything about your philosophy and how you approach art. So that is my piece. Whoever wants to go next.
Actually, what I want to do is that Vic respond to what he said, and then I think that we'll go back and forth, because I think that having Vic respond to certain things is going to be better, because if we all go, then there's going to be way more that he's going to have to think about for responses.
Yeah.
Yeah, not to overwhelm him. Okay. Yeah.
All right. Thanks for that. And then I guess just in response to Black Rooney, I want to say it's a very a fair assertment, I guess, of what I guess is like has been my, I guess, my own growth. both just being a part of this group and also especially meeting Buckaroo and getting to know him and your whole way of viewing things. I guess like the first thing I just want to say in a direct response is like me being, I guess, somewhat selective with how I guess I either criticize or I guess like something to a degree. I can definitely say that I think, yeah, I may tend to have a bias towards some things when it comes to the media I consume. I guess most of it just comes to a point where I know what I like, and if a film or any piece of media um, does something I like well enough, in my view, I can overlook a few things either objectively or subjectively that for other things I may either focus more on or take more greater issue with. And like one thing I think I really took away from you comparing my story versus the other media I consume is that, and one thing I also said as well in the Discord and when the topic first came up is that like I personally hold myself to a greater standard than the media I consume, and I just think that's just how, like, I think, like, to me in my perspective that's how art always is, because like I don't have any direct control over media I consume, so I always have to take just what I get and just state my opinion on it, versus if I'm gonna directly create something, I'm always gonna try to hold myself to a different standard. And I'm gonna be honest in saying that while doing the redrafts of my Pocho story, like your voice was one of the many voices Black ringing in my head while I went over it. And I actually yeah, I want to thank you for that, because it did help me improve the story in a lot of ways, to where there were a lot of different like small plot holes, details, or things that I wanted to correct, and that was because I had a lot of your influence in mind when doing the rewrites and stuff to the latest version of it. And so I just think that like I think it's a very fair assessment. And while I may not understand a lot of the different like deep philosophical takes or a lot of the like deeper like analytical stuff, there's nothing about what you said that I would want to like directly like counter argue or anything like that.
Real quick, actually, because I think Brayden, are you still there, or are you
Yeah.
you are. So what you said, Vic, is that you are not directly in control of the art that you consume. I think that's something that would actually be an interesting springboard topic, considering the fact that, like, obviously we all are on here because we are discussing art because we want to see it better. I'm asking Brayden, what is your thought on that idea as a whole? I'm just curious.
So sorry, I spaced out for a moment.
I understand you're a tard, so.
And I was thinking about how sick I am. Sorry, continue.
No,
sorry,
you're good.
repeat.
What I was gonna say was,
yeah,
like, since Vic says is that he's not entirely in control of the art that he consumes as a consumer versus being the person in charge of a project that he himself is making, which is why his standards are different for what he makes versus what he consumes. Yeah. What are your thoughts on that, given what you have told me, which I won't obviously say, in terms of, like, obviously your own critical standards when it comes to stuff like this?
Well, we have power as the consumer. Our money speaks. What we consume, like, or what we pay for shows the creators, oh, they want more of this. Oh, they want more of this. Like, because even I'm trying to think, what good films have flopped in the past?
The Thing?
Oh yeah, the Thing, or even the original Blade Runner, and like they stopped any kind of thing in that vein was negated because it didn't do well. But stuff that does well, even if they're garbage, I mean, look at the Transformers series. Like, Michael Bay got a lot of movies. We do have power. Maybe not as an individual, but definitely as a collective, because we're the ones that are consuming it. And even if it does do well, we are in the age where, as the consumer, we have even more power past the dollar. Unfortunately, there's not a lot of examples so far, but there's more than there used to be. For example, how many of you know about or have seen Picard?
Yep.
So,
Yes.
I believe it was for the 3rd season, the showrunner had watched a bunch of reviews online, and they're like, oh, I can improve. And they listened to the criticisms, and the 3rd season reportedly was a lot better and got greater reviews. So we can actually talk to creatives. I mean, even if they're like, we all know how chronically online James Gunn is. Like, we have the power to reach them now. And we may not be able to control in the moment what we're being given, but we can control the future. And I once heard a YouTuber say that they may be spending money to see the thing, but they're hoping that by them not giving a non-recommendation, they can prevent even more money going towards said thing. And I think that's the power we do have, and the more that people stand up and are like, no, we want better, and we're going to demand better by not paying for this stuff, hopefully things will change. But I think it's better than just sitting around and just consume, because, well, even on a business scale, that's falling apart. That's a whole other discussion with streaming and all this stuff, but... Yeah. But we do have power. We have power as consumers.
Yeah.
If I may, I would like to actually add on to that sentiment. I echo a lot of what Braden was saying earlier. Like, that notion of I cannot control what I consume, that's frankly, just gonna be blunt here, that's bullshit. I want to use the Disney live action remakes as an example because those are ones that have personally been affecting me. The reason why something like Lilo and Stitch being successful was so frustrating is because it told me that nobody was actually learning from the mistake from something like Lion King, or hell, even that what people said they were doing with Snow White wasn't holding any ground. And in that way, if that makes sense, it just kind of rang as like, so you just gave up and watched the thing for the sake of watching the thing.
Oh wait, someone finally added me in. Fucking hell, Zim! I was waiting for this.
It literally just flagged you as coming in.
Just now?
Just now. Also, you are really loud, by the way.
What's up, man?
Well, that's because I didn't even know I was in. I was just sitting in La La Land thinking, oh, Zim doesn't want me here.
Yeah, no, it literally just flagged you as saying you have entered the thing. I'm like, okay, I can add him.
Okay.
That's so weird.
Hey guys, can I only ask one thing for Vic? I just wanted to know, when you say you don't have control, could you just explain a little bit more clearly what you mean exactly?
No,
just to avoid any confusion.
The structure's gone. No.
I know. But go, Vic. I'm curious what you mean when you say you don't have control.
I guess for me, because everything you just said, I'm like, oh yeah, that sounds right. I agree with that. But for me, it's like, it's from a perspective of I in no way have contributed to the writing of the story. So I can only take what I can get. And while, yeah, I agree with you can advocate for better movies, higher standards and things, I can do all that, but it's not like they're going to bring me onto the writer's room and ask what I want. But versus something I'm directly writing.
Wait, can I propose something real quick?
Let him finish.
Yeah, let him finish.
Yeah, but versus something I'm directly writing, or producing, I'll hold myself to those standards because I want my thing to be viewed in a good light or with as much good faith as possible. For me, it's only like what I'm producing versus what I can consume and then have an opinion on.
Okay.
Then Braden.
That actually...
okay, so Braden first, then Gojin, and then I have something to ask you, Minecraft World, and from that for you to alley-oop.
Well, real quick, since you always need to include me when it's my stream, The one thing, the issue that I take with that idea is that you may not be directly contributing to a specific film's writing or its writer's room, but there is definitely a level of interconnectivity that comes with the entertainment industry, and supporting various different projects will signal to the friends of the people whose friend worked on that project that these trends, these ideas do indeed have either potential or a viability behind them. So I think that even if you are yourself not explicitly involved within the writing process, it will, without a doubt, still have a knock-on effect. And I think that's why I agree with Braden's belief that as a collective, we hold a significant amount of power as consumers. So
I think a perfect example is Andor. Easily best Disney Star Wars show. There's no denying that. It was going to have 3 seasons. It didn't do as well as the others. Obi-Wan was a hit. The Mandalorian was... I think each season was a hit, but The Mandalorian in general was a hit.
It was, yeah. Also, looks like someone else is trying to join. Is there anyone who needs to bounce out soon, or anything like that?
I don't, not yet, and also Rooney wanted me for something. So.
Okay, I know there's there's a core group that I'm definitely keeping on.
I could go if needed.
You sure?
Yeah, I mean, I could come back later.
We'll see.
I'm just sick at home. I got time.
You got time.
You're sick at home. If I was you, if I was sick, I wouldn't be fucking talking. I wouldn't be on here. I wouldn't be in the mood. In fact, I'd probably be cussing everyone out if I would come on.
Bitch.
When I'm sick, I am an asshole.
Hey.
What's it called?
Braden
Say
at least
it
is a
to
power man.
Wikuru, say what you want to say. Give it to Minecraft since he's on.
Okay.
So Braden, you done with your piece?
Yeah, just pretty much like we do have power, like and things that people like and become successful are then promoted, and those people, the people that work behind it, are promoted. We may not be in the writer's room, but we can affect if the people that were there are there again.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And okay, so
one sec. Hoshi wanted to say something.
Yeah.
Hoshi wanted to say something.
Yeah, I was going to say something to Vic, if it's okay for you guys.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I was hoping the structure would remain, but
nah, we're not structured around here.
We're chaos
No
incarnate.
longer a square.
Okay, so this might not be a part of intervention by Rooney, but if I'm going to be honest, this coming from me from the bottom of my heart. Vic, even though I am also not a critic and I have next to no idea how to write a story or how to structure it, I still believe in you, man. Even though Rooney criticized you a lot and he has some issues with you, I still think you are genuinely really talented and very compassionate and just really cool dude to be around. And even though you may cause some dramas, I do still think that you're probably one of the nicest people that I have, introduced in these live streams. And I hope that you keep pushing and just do what you like, man.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think that it goes without saying that none of what we are saying has anything to do with Vic as a person. It has everything to do with critical.
Yeah, it's not a moral intervention. Like we still love Vic here.
Yeah, he's a good guy. It's just weird takes. Really weird takes.
We wouldn't be doing this if we didn't like him.
Yeah. We say everything with love.
Yeah,
also,
tough love.
Is it okay if I say something?
Yeah.
I think I'm going to be leaving in a couple of minutes now.
Oh, okay.
Cool.
All right. Gojin wanted to.
I just realized Gojin's coughing. Braden's sick. Who else is sick right now?
Well, I'm not sick. I just have asthma. I'm not sick. I'm just asthmatic.
Okay. But yeah, Hoshi, say your thing.
I was just gonna say, hey, Rooney, is it okay if I, do some fan art for you?
Sure. Yeah.
But also this but hey, Makai or Gojin, is it okay if I ask you something?
Yeah, sure.
Is it okay if I can, join you on your next live stream or join you on your Discord server?
You can join on the Discord server, but when it comes to the live stream, the next live stream is that's already been like filled, because the next live stream right now is the Superman debate, and I don't think Rooney, Minecraft, and all of them want any more people. We already have like the middleman there. Like, we have 2 positive people on Superman, 2 negative people on Superman, and 1 neutral person on Superman. I think
and
keeps
I
everything.
haven't seen Superman, so
Wait,
yay.
wait,
I still haven't seen
Gojin.
it.
On
I
that
hate
topic.
that movie.
On
I
that
haven't
topic.
seen it.
Okay, on
Yeah,
that topic, Gojin.
but
Could you add 1 more positive and 1 more negative to the list?
No.
Do we have any more positive and negative people?
I guess mainly just. I think the reason why it's
Rooney, why?
I'm positive.
Because it would be funny.
Well, the other thing
I
for
think
me
the reason
is-
why it's
wait. I was gonna say, Gojin, does your StreamYard, do you even have the level to get enough, like, that many people on anyway, even if you wanted to?
I don't. I'm planning to start putting money towards the content I make when I'm like, here's the thing, this Evangelion video I'm working on, maybe I'm being an overly confident bitch, but I've gotten so many people, most people in the West don't have on. I got so much information so many people in the West don't have on that show that debunks so much retarded discourse around it. I almost guarantee that video is going to blow up, and I'm probably going to be able to monetize soon. And that's when I'll start doing stuff like that.
That's another thing.
Real quick,
like,
before
if you
anyone
guys
else
want-
does anything, Hoshi, was there anything else you wanted to say before you bounced out?
Hey Zim, when will you do a live stream on your different interpretations of Zogura?
I was gonna do it this stream, but I'll probably save it for another stream. Unfortunately, so down the line.
Another heads up I want to say when it comes to my streams, though, it also is worth keeping in mind is whenever my buddy Cody is a host, we can't really go any more than sometimes 4 people, but he likes to go for 3 because a lot of people he's autistic, so now I'm not saying as an insult, he literally is autistic.
We all are.
Yeah, after he's on for too long, he gets depressed and stuff like that, so it can't have too many people overwhelming him.
Yeah.
I have a suggestion
real quick.
for you.
Hoshi, any last things you want to say before you bounce out?
Yeah, hey Gojin, your video on Tokusatsu video, I really liked it.
I appreciate it, thank you. I worked hard on that video.
And also, I am very grateful that you like my redesigns of the Godzilla cast. I appreciate it.
Yeah, nice job. Keep up the good work.
Would you like if I draw something for you?
Do what you want. I'm not going to ask for anything. It's up to you, man.
But other than that, thank you guys for having me on this live stream, and Zim, thank you, and happy 99th episode.
Thank you.
You take care, good sir.
Take care,
man. Care.
Have a good one.
And to any of you
Don't die.
guys, you can all follow me on Instagram, Twitter, and Bluetooth and Reddit. But other than that, hope you guys have a wonderful day.
Peace. Yeah.
Hey, man.
Okay, now I think Kuru can get on.
The structure has returned. Put Vic at the middle again. Yes. Okay,
Yeah.
Okay.
And then it's gonna get ruined when Kuru joins.
Kuru's gonna be on.
Vic.
Kuru's gonna be back.
Not Kuru. What's his name? Gojin.
Yes,
Sorry,
Vic is
I'm
the
eating.
filling now.
Do not call me that again, please.
Sorry. So 2 things. Number 1 and number 2. That was it. Just kidding. Just kidding.
Okay.
So first things first. If you want, I can just set up OBS so that you can use Discord instead, because it's easier. Well, actually, no, it's not easier, but it's cheaper because it's free, and I know how to do it. So if you want me to set up a UI, I got you.
I'd appreciate that. But it would also probably have to wait till I get a computer, since my computer's fucked and I'm only having a mobile device right now.
Okay. Well, whenever you decide that, whenever you can and whenever you are able to, offer is up for you too, Zim, because you desperately need a watermark, man. You need it.
Yeah.
So I can arrange something. And yeah, so the second thing is you were going to say something in regards to Vic in this entire conversation.
Yes. So here's two things I'd like to say. When it comes to this type of topic, I will say there's nothing wrong with supporting what you subjectively vibe with. That's perfectly fine. It will like damage the consequences of like future products, but if you're enjoying it, I'm not going to give you a hard time for it. But the thing about Vic, I do kind of take, like, I don't want to say take issue with. It doesn't bother me. It's just something I want to kind of engage with. Like in, for example, his debate with you, Rooney, on Godzilla X Kong, he said at the end he's going to try to look for reasons on why he could defend it. I understand we all have, like, I beat this into the ground. We all have confirmation bias to an extent, but that does sound like direct nature of I'm just looking for stuff to praise about this movie. I think that comes back to it comes back to Gramulia's point, I think, that you praise a movie
Oh,
because...
now I'm in the middle. Oh, God.
Yeah. Like, I think it comes back to, like... Yeah. Well, like, here's the thing. I think it goes, Gramulia thinks that, like, the critical analysis is all about finding reasons for why you like it.
I don't know what the hell just happened. I'm in my car right now, but there was something I wanted to add, but I have since... I'm just on what was said to Vic earlier, because Minecraft, I don't know if he just didn't read it or something.
Yeah,
but I want to finish. I think, like, the issue I kind of have with that is it comes back to the fact that I'm not going to look for what I think is quality. I'm going to look for ways that that would justify me calling it a good movie. And that's just kind of what comes off as. Like, I don't think critical analysis is about simply justifying what you like, even though that kind of comes in by default due to how it's designed. It's still an entirely different conversation. And at the end of the day, you should try to look for what are, like, actual faults and what is right with it. When you say things like, I'm going to look for a reason to praise this movie, I'm going to look for a reason to defend this movie, define my points better, it didn't really come off like you conceded. It more so came off like I just was really bad at defending it. And here's the thing. Why I take issue with that is because if you have a relativistic view on art, by all means, that's fine. But if you view art as, like, subjective, why would you need, like, to justify your points? Like, you like what you like, right? So that's kind of what I was thinking.
Yeah. Before I ask Minecraft World, I'm going to ask him, I just want to include the fact that when it comes to, like, to having a relativistic view on art, I get I understand the altruistic need to, like, accept that in other people, but at the same time, if you want to accept that in other people, I also don't think those kinds of people should be involved in media criticism because ultimately they're going to, due to the nature and the volatility, the ambiguity, and the subjective nature of that kind of worldview, it's going to do more harm than good when using the power of the customer to demand for X or Y kind of movie. So in that regard, that's why I do not think Anthony Gramulia deserves to be heard, because he is old. I think he's poison. I think he's like a snake in the well that's going to, like, poison everything, poison discussion. Those kinds of people, I don't think.
Already has.
Well, I kind of, like, I agree with you, but I think when it comes to Gramulia, like, there's two issues with it. I think if you want to approach things in, like, a subjective way, like, just form yourself as, like, a casual, everyday person that talks. Don't form yourself as, like, an intellectual. Gramulia does that. He tries to bring himself as an intellectual. Like he said, oh, Shadversity dropped a video on girl bosses. I think mine's is better. It's like, okay, why is your video better, Gramulia? Like, he frames himself as an intellectual. But the problem with that is he also tries to have his cake and eat it too by saying it's all subjective. So it's like, why should I take what you're saying seriously? Like, if you're like GojiFan93, I like this YouTuber who just frames himself as a fan who talks about what he likes and gives his very casual opinions. I support that. I actually like seeing that. It's what's the word I'm looking for? Whatever. Like, it's relatable. Well, not relatable because I'm more critical than the average person by far.
It's understandable.
Yeah, it has a charm to it, but when you start framing yourself like Gramulia by going in depth, trying to dropping hit pieces on others, criticizing other people's takes, saying that, oh, mine is better, you're contradicting yourself. You're trying to talk like you're speaking objectively. You're trying to frame yourself as intelligent.
he wants
The
to be
one
in 40.
thing I want to say, well, at least to tie it directly back to Vic, and I want to hear his thoughts on this. So obviously, as you said, Vic, that you're not in the writer's room, so you don't have direct like influence on the products that you consume. But if you're someone who's also producing art and is giving your own opinion on it, wouldn't your opinions sway other consumers to also be fine with the art that's consuming, which therefore would continue to increase the trend of media being on a level of subsistence that we take issue with? Because I think that, like, if the idea is that we as consumers don't have that direct influence, then really it makes sense that you'd have the view that you have, which is that you just sort of accept what it is that you are given. But then the question is, why talk about art other than a purely what's the word I'm looking for now? We're all thinking of words right now, than purely as a consumer.
I was gonna ask the exact same thing. Like, if you are in, for example, if you are a podcast member, you would expect someone in the podcast who is talking about media critically to engage in the media the same way. If you engage it at a consumer level, why are you in the podcast?
Well, my question isn't that. It's more that I just want to see what the logic runs, and that's why I want Vic to speak on this.
Yeah, I don't mean to sound cruel, by the way. I just want to know because I was debating myself whether, like, I didn't want to ask that question because it came across as cruel, but
it's not cruel. It's I find at least the topic interesting.
Yeah, because I am a little biased in favor of Vic because, yeah, we're friends. But so, like, I didn't want to, like, say that, but I felt like I have to, like, just for the greater good.
Mm-hmm. So the way I see it, even if like the consumers can always have a certain level of control over the things other people produce, at the end of the day, like it's always up to the creator of what he's gonna either accept as feedback or like just listen to, and then either put that into the project and or work on like the next thing. And because like I don't disagree with like everything you're saying of how yes consumers do have this level of control, but inherently I think there's always going to be more control to whoever the creative is, because he is going to choose whether or not he either abides by the criticisms or outright ignores them and continues to do his own thing. And I feel like I always view it individually, myself, as like, I'm not gonna really have as big of a voice, and despite that I think anyone should always say their opinions and try their best to advocate and influence. But I'm not gonna I'm still not gonna be in the room, and or it's always gonna be up to the artist to create that project. And I'm more than happy to accept like what the outcome of the project, as it is.
Real quick, because
that
actually, Black,
topic,
I'm gonna have to step out for a second, and then I'll be right back. And I just want
I'd
to have
actually like to add something to
matriculate
this
something.
conversation in a bit.
All right. Before you do, Kuru, because I wanted to organize this, because I was gonna hop on to Minecraft World. I just wanted to comment that kind of view is a bit fatalist.
You're gonna hop on?
I'll be right back, guys. So yeah, no one's in charge,
saying-
unfortunately.
I'm gonna ask you, Minecraft World, Zim, you're in good hands. So your stream is in good hands. So after it is a fatalistic view, I think. I'm gonna switch gears just a teensy bit and ask you, Minecraft World, and with this you can alley oop, because you said in a past stream, I think it wasn't the Nosferatu, was it? No, I don't think it was the Nosferatu stream. I know it was one of Sea Monsters. That you have said that a lot of the things that Vic says or uses as defenses is and the way he argues things, a lot of it is very vague. and I wanted to see how you expanded on that because I do agree. I just wanted to see how you expanded on that, and from that point on, you can bounce off to Kuru, so you can talk.
I mean, I think in my head it's kind of just self-explanatory, but it's sort of like, oh god, I'm trying to put this into words. I mean, it's kind of self-explanatory in my head, but like it's usually like appealing to authority by saying the director wanted it this way or something. It works in my head and blah blah blah, and not really going. Oh god, not really going into as much depth. It's kind of like, okay, this feels like you're trying to dodge the question. You're trying to, and I know that's not what you're doing, Vic. You're not dodging the question. It's like, it's, oh god, how do I word this? It's like you're forming the connections differently from someone else, and like,
I know what you mean. Like, I know it's hard to articulate, but like, I know exactly what you mean. Just to help you out. So basically, this is something I mentioned earlier. That legibility and the intentions of the author
Yeah.
to make the story legible is enough to give it a positive value judgment.
Yeah.
When basic legibility is the default for the audio visual medium.
Yeah, it's like
I remember
it doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't. He doesn't really go into depth on like, okay, why is this? Why is the bare minimum something that we should just accept instead of saying, okay, the story is legible. How legible is it?
Well, not even just
It's
accept.
not even just
celebrate.
legible, but like, I mean, yeah, legibility means that you can understand what is happening.
Yeah, but like,
and so
how?
like, yeah, you're
but like,
supposed
what
to.
if? Yeah, like it fulfills the bare minimum. It's praising the bare minimum, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, it comes
Is
across
it-
as desperate. Yeah.
Can I ask something?
Yeah, if anything, it's desperate. I think Joey. Let's wait till Kuru says what he needs
All right, I'm
to
back.
say.
Yeah.
I think like it being vague. Vague is kind of the first word that comes to mind. I don't even know if that's the right term for this, but
It is vague.
I don't know.
Yeah,
It all
no,
just
you're-
kind of just
No,
makes
you're
sense
right.
in my head.
Yeah, it makes sense in general. It is vague because a lot of the time, because I remember one time, Brayden, do you remember when we were doing that GXK stream? Like that day, like that was like probably one of my worst streams because of how little effort I put into like the actual conversation. On top of the fact that that day I was just having just a really really bad day. But you said something about Scar King. I don't remember what it was, but you said a lot of words like this word salad that Adam Wingard had said in regards to Scar King, like, oh, he does the human stuff he likes to do. He does them because he knows they're bad. I don't remember how you said it. He phrased it. But basically, he echoed Vic basically echoed the exact same sentiment and used that as a point of praise. So that is a bit of a appeal to authority.
I'm
And
gonna be real. I don't remember anything about GXK. I've kind of blocked out most of it. I just remember they put a bleach bypass on it, and that is an entirely different discussion.
It was the drug.
Yeah. Okay, well, I mean, I don't blame you, but like I remember way too much more about the movie than I think I should, and
Rooney, you've borderline studied it.
I've studied it like if it was like friggin' religious texts. Okay,
I've studied its visuals, and I wish I didn't.
I feel the same way about the writing.
Yeah, I studied that movie's writing. That's why that video was that I did for him was almost 3 hours long.
But that's the thing. Like, I also have like a issue. I take issue with your video, Sea Monster, because a lot of it glossed over a lot of issues that we've talked about more at length in other streams. It just kind of felt like it felt incomplete because I feel like you could have said a whole lot more than was said in The video should have been 10 hours long.
Yeah, I was gonna say, to be fair, he only had 3 hours.
Yeah, like 10 hours.
You could have justified making a multi-part dissection on the film chronologically.
That movie has such deep-rooted issues. You need, at minimum, I don't even, definitely more than 5 hours.
Yeah,
I get you.
Yeah, that's why
I don't like being a long man, but I don't know if I'm. But yeah, I don't know if I'm capable of like being.
Oh, it's a lot of work. It's hard.
Long.
I've been
no,
trying. I had to like put my Godzilla versus Kong video to rest. Like I have it fridged. I don't know if I'm ever able to like finish it, so I'm just gonna like shelve it and work on other.
I've had the same thing. I've had the same problem with my Nemesis essay, partially because I just started getting distracted with other projects. But like, I want to get that thing right. I want to do this character justice. How am I gonna do that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
just
just
like
the main
learning
thing.
vocabulary overall. But
Yeah.
Kuru wanted to speak.
Yeah. I don't have much to say because I do actually have to really try and hurry and get this stuff done before I have to go to work tonight. But I wanted to say that to an extent, I get where Vic's coming from with the idea of I can't control how the art turns out, but I can control how my own turns out. I sort of get it. And to bounce off of what Braden was saying about power as consumers, I'd like to provide something of a bit of a counter argument to that, which is, do you seriously think that this collective would ever reach a point of intelligence where they stop giving this this low quality art their money? Do you ever think they'd get that smart? Because I seriously don't. And that's some deep-seated pessimism, but it's something that I've thought. So in my mentality when it comes to that is, these people are fucking idiots, but I'm not really in the mood to let that stop me from making a story that I think is good, and at the very least trying to make something good in spite of the fact that am I coming off clearly?
Yeah, you are.
You're
Actually,
echoing a bit. A little bit, just a tiny bit. You're echoing, just a tiny bit.
It's nothing too crazy. I think I get the basic gist, and that is a sentiment that I myself echo as well. Like, just because GXK, GVK, or hell something like, I don't know, say in a hypothetical scenario they make another
King of the
film as
Monsters.
bad as the poly. Shut up. If in the future, I will grind you to dust, Acno.
I'll enjoy it.
Shut your bitch's ass up about King of the Monsters.
It's a good movie.
No, it's not.
Well, make your
We
point.
can all
make
be delusional.
But like, if
I
if
agree.
say in the future,
It is a good movie.
Shut up, Acno. Can I please speak? If in the future, say Toho made another film like as bad as, or like a 98 style film that completely misunderstands the property,
They already
that's
did.
not
Its
going to
name is
stop.
Planet Eater.
Just
Like I said, another. If that happens, that's not going to stop me from wanting to make something like Nea's Goddess of Monsters as good of a film as it can be, like, or as good of a quality as I'd like for it to be. So plus, circling back to the Disney live action remakes, I think that kind of proves Kuru's point, where people were complaining so much about like Snow White, Mulan, and all of those films. And then the second the Lilo and Stitch happened, everybody, like, the second that trailer dropped, everybody was actually excited for it. And then the film release and the reactions were exactly what I and a lot of other people were expecting. Complete and utter bafflement at a film being, at yet another Disney live action remake being this bad. And yet we saw the film being successful.
Yeah, I mean, what joke have I been consistently saying? Ohana means family, and your family is now the feds.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Two things. First thing, this is completely random. Yeah, Kuru, are you a fan of? Well, actually, what's your favorite character in Pacific Rim: The Black?
I haven't watched Pacific Rim: The Black.
Oh, you haven't?
It's on my list. I should probably add it to my anime roulette.
I've heard it's all right.
I liked it. I liked the purple hair woman. I liked her a lot. Way too much, I think.
Okay. Second thing, I actually agree with what you were saying. I agree with that. I do not. I don't trust the collective either. We are in such a downward spiral of media. Like, media is just objectively worse than it was like 10 years ago on a grand scale. Things are getting far, far worse. And yeah, the live action slop. I mean, the new How to Train Your Dragon live act, like, that made more than any of the 3 animated movies, and it is astronomically worse compared to all of them.
I fucking hate that fucking piece of live action How to Train Your Dragon remake.
Rightfully so.
That is a film that. Of course you did. That is a film. That is a film that, as time has passed, I have started. No, that is a film that, as time has passed, I have grown increasingly more mixed on. Because there are things here that I think. There are things here that I think could have worked, but also, oh wait, no, this wasn't good. No.
My thing is, it is getting worse. It will keep getting worse. I don't know when it's going to end.
At least
let Brayden finish his point. Acno, let Brayden finish his point.
In the meantime, I am going to do my best to do what I can. And it's bleak. I'm not going to deny that. It's very bleak, but I at least want to do something.
I disagree with the idea. There is something I want to give some pushback on, which is the idea that it's getting bleak. I would say it is only getting bleak if you're looking as an American at American-made media at
that is
the
100% fair
surface. Because, as someone who's been watching, smaller films made by smaller studios and stuff from overseas, I'm like, where has this stuff been all my life?
Oh yeah, they're doing great.
Exactly.
Like,
and even then in the West, in the West, you still have some
not
gems.
like super recent, but Uma Musume came out as recently as like 2020, and just 3 seasons, and it has become in argument for my favorite anime ever made, alongside Gurren Lagann and Chainsaw Man.
I would say too, like, another thing to consider is the fact that, at least with horror media, wouldn't the argument also be made that if a property is coming from outside your country, that you will more than likely be experiencing the better quality products? Because if it actually is of good quality, or at least if enough people think it's of good quality, then it's going to actually have the traction to make it to like home side for you.
I heard K-pop Demon Hunters in particular is a good example. Again, I'm not watching that movie. I'm not gonna watch it. It's K-pop.
Really, I will Clockwork Orange you with that film if I have to.
Damn it, you!
I'm never gonna watch it. I'm not
watching. I will tie you down I will tie you down with the straps, force your eyes open, and play that film at full blast.
But also, like, actually, that's something to consider. Is that even if like films are of good quality, then
you could say that we'll hold them down.
Zim, I will tell you something. I've been watching a lot of stuff overseas for years at this point. So Kuru's not wrong. I agree with Kuru a lot in that regard. And it's not just stuff that's brought over. Like, I use sites like Kiss Asian, and a lot of other sites. It's not just anime. I watch a lot.
Don't reveal that, dude. Why would you reveal that publicly?
Everyone knows what Kiss Asian is. I won't say the more niche sites. I won't say
pirated anime. So
I agree that
start of 70s.
Lower. I guess lower budget's the best way to explain it. Lower budget and foreign stuff is doing far better. Well, at the same time, I guess it could be argued they're just getting more exposure since we now are more interconnected. But unfortunately, the things that have the biggest influence, not just on media as a whole, but the culture, because media does influence culture, especially at the grander scale of like Hollywood. That's where it's
Yeah.
really suffering. And
Yeah, that's like I kind of half agree with that. It's like
My
yes, we
pushback
do
would then
have
be, I mean, that is true. However, I'd still think that my response to anyone who's like it just gets bleaker and bleaker. My idea is then
I feel
just
sorry
go
for the
dig
people who live
deeper.
in Texas
Like
right
keep
now.
One sec,
going.
let Kuru say his point.
Like my whole response is I said this in the Adam Does Movies Rebirth stream that we did recently was stop just looking at the surface and how about you come a little bit deeper down? You'll find something you'll like.
I agree with
And
that.
especially when
Yeah.
everything
Yeah.
when everything goes to hell in I don't know a decade or two, you'll still have stuff to look forward to that will have a sense of comfort and familiarity because you've already found it. And that's why I kind of with Gojin in really wanting to push for more people to watch foreign made TV shows and anime and other stuff.
Yeah.
And not even just from Japan, maybe something from like England or like something from
Korea.
China. I've been meaning to watch the
Why do
two,
you
like
My mom,
Reisha
like
why-
currently, my mom is watching a
why
lot
do
of
you
Korean
think
shows too.
A lot of those are good.
Why do you think
Yeah, they're really
why do you
good.
think I did an
Squid
entire
Game.
stream discussing why do you think I did an entire stream discussing Primitive War, an Australian indie film?
You ever watch the
And
Ip
also,
Man?
like, some countries even have their own genres that they're really good at. For example, as you said, like you have the K dramas,
I'm
the
gonna quote
Turkish
Lau
dramas,
real
and then
quick.
you have a lot of crimes.
If you think film as a medium is dead, go to a film festival for once.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also, don't use the excuse that they're expensive because there are a lot of free ones.
Oh,
lot
film
of
is
free
not
ones.
dead as an art form. I would just say the quality is on a downturn. And the reason I'm hyper
That, to me,
focusing,
at least from my perspective, at least from what I'm trying to say here, is that is a matter of perspective.
Yeah. You don't
Because
have
when I'm
Hereditary in the
I'm
70s.
like
Hereditary you got on the 2010s. You don't
because
have
like
stuff
where I'm
like
at, dude,
Anywhere All at
October
Once.
could
In the 80s, you have it now. You know, there's a lot of good things that you could have never done before. And it's not just because of CGI, it's also because of high concepts that are being more.
well, it's because the technology is
yeah.
becoming more
Accessible.
available. Like,
Yeah.
yeah,
That
straight up like
too.
DaVinci Resolve is you could make a whole movie in that thing. If you wanted to make a film in the 90s, you had to buy film stock, you had to buy a film camera, you had to find a lab, you had to cut it yourself, you had to photochemically process it. Like, it was a huge pain. You don't have to do that anymore. You can make something on your
Blender.
phone. You can put it in Resolve. But yeah, you could
Blender.
animate in Blender. If you wanted, you couldn't do that in the 90s. You just couldn't.
Yep.
Yeah, like recently,
but-
I just found a movie, a French movie. Sorry to cut you off. I found a French movie that it was about robots finding individuality. It's a really old animated movie. I intend to watch it with one of the boys. But yeah, no, like I understand the idea of being like all doom and gloom, like oh things are getting bad, it's so over, it's never been more over, that kind of thing. Because we're only looking at Hollywood, and I understand when Kuru says perspective. I think when he says perspective, I think what he means is that you're looking in the wrong places. I think you should start looking in other places,
Yeah,
more indie stuff, more foreign
it-
stuff. I understand that part.
It's
I think the reason why people think it's over and why people exclusively look at Hollywood is because Hollywood has been so influential to just a lot of stuff around the world. Like if you were to make a story out of the entire world, America would be like one of the main characters. It's kind of like very, very hard to escape America.
Well, I mean, in my
everywhere.
1-1 Mackay lecture video, I kind of go into why that is. There's more things I could have went into, but yeah, there's reasons for why Hollywood is so exposed, and a part of that has to deal with the power of America and the big population of here being in, the top 3 widest populations, and a bunch of other things.
I agree.
I think another thing too,
I-
like if we're talking about looking for things in the wrong places too, we could also argue the fact that even if there's like a whole lot of like indie underground stuff that you can look for, I would say there's just as much, if not more, failed indie and projects that never get off the ground. like if we were to look at purely statistics, and if we're arguing
Yeah,
it from the standpoint of like modern film, then the same goes for that.
Yeah, but that's because of what
can-
he just said about the accessibility. It's also because you will have a lot of people that are talented that can do a lot of stuff, but also you'll have a lot of new people that just have egos. As you said, all you need is Da Vinci. That's why you will see, as you get a higher volume of production, you will see a higher volume of good things and of bad things too. Like I think that's just
Exactly.
normal.
It's natural, yeah. It's just
but then
it's
also too, if you think about it as well,
one last
if
thing I'd like to say before I leave, because I just wanted to. I didn't get the chance to say this earlier because we kept going about some other stuff. Was to feed into what I was saying about. I mean, Rooney, isn't perspective just kind of looking at things differently?
Depends on how, because like when you say
inherently.
things are like if you say like things are a matter of perspective, that can mean either you're looking at one you're overlooking something, or it could also mean it's all subjective. So I just wanted to make that distinction.
Yeah, well, I'm using it in like, hang on, I'm using Google real quick. Like the second definition is a particular attitude toward or way of regarding something, a point of view. Just from like the angle I'm sitting at with this stuff. Sure, on the surface, I'm like, that's a disaster. Not like it's directly affecting the media that I'm directly consuming, especially given how much in recency I have to look forward to, that I'm like, dude, this cannot come soon enough.
Exactly.
True.
Yeah, I feel like that's like a more accurate version of what I just said, though. Like just looking at shifting your attention, basically. I think that, but ultimately, I do agree. Like, yeah, I agree.
But like,
what
just
you're
to
saying.
talk about that for a minute is just how much, just to kind of ride home on just what I mean when there's a lot of new stuff coming out that I'm like, dude, I am itching for this to come out. The Chainsaw Man movie coming out, Frankenstein, Beasts of War,
Invincible
Cinderella
season 4,
Grey, Beast of War.
Okay.
Dan season 2.
The upcoming project.
Right now, I'm just looking at. I'm not really excited for a
So
lot of new stuff.
if we were to get that as a whole, like in the sense of everything that is worth looking forward to versus all the things that we know aren't going to end up well, there's a huge like disparaging difference in just the volume of it. Like we are in an age
There's also just a lot more stuff being made now.
Yeah. And that's what happens. The more you have, the more. But what my general concern is, Hollywood is not everything, but it influences almost everything. Because if you gather a bunch of filmmakers, the large majority are inspired by Hollywood movies.
Disney
And,
wants to hire Takashi Yamazaki.
A bunch of modern filmmakers, like if you talk to them, oh, what are your biggest inspirations? They'll probably tell you like stuff from Spielberg, stuff from even though it's fairly more recent, Christopher Nolan, just these big Hollywood directors, and that leaks or bleeds down and influences the art form as a whole. And if the next generation of filmmakers are growing up with the current Hollywood, and yes, they do have a possibility to see more indie stuff, but the likelihood of that, unfortunately, is low. I can't even imagine what the next generation of film is going to be. Like,
the
that
same,
is
I would say,
scary
goes
to think
for
of.
not just film; it goes for video games. It
Yep,
goes for
gaming as well.
I wanted to say the same thing.
Dude, okay, Zim, hang on. For video games specifically, bro, it might be even more fucked.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't know
exactly.
anything
Art in
about-
general is
if
on a
I-
downturn.
Well, no, I'd say like
I
maybe
think
with the
it's
case
also
with
just a
video games,
philosophical
because-
problem as well. Like,
yeah,
it's a
I think it's a
whole-
philosophical problem as well too.
We circle back around.
Big is literally the middle.
That's the thing. Is
Can I
that
please
was
speak?
gonna
This is
Can I
this is a
please speak?
conversation around Vic. Minecraft World.
I'm gonna go grab food.
Yeah,
I'm right here.
I relapsed while you guys were talking about something else.
Sorry.
No, your dessert.
I am unfortunately running late for class, so I need to go. I will be listening in and probably giving input in the chat, but yeah, I'll probably be back once class ends. 3D
All right.
animation, fellas.
Alright.
Take care.
Good luck.
Good luck.
See ya, man.
Good luck, man.
I'm gonna circle this back to Vic, because this is and Zim as well, because he did mention something. I do fundamentally believe that this is a philosophical problem that extends all the way back to the Enlightenment and Rene Descartes, the French Revolution. I think Braden and Zim, I think more Zim than Braden, but mostly Zim. I think they know what I'm talking about when they mean that. But those historical events, I think they were the egg, and what we're currently living now is the chicken. So this is like the natural progression of those kinds of philosophies expanding and evolving and being taken to their natural conclusion across time. And I still like fundamentally believe people like Rene Descartes are some of like the worst things to happen to critical thinking. The rise of like how rationalism was applied, as well as just how it ultimately started to affect art at the time, and then how it continued to evolve over time. It just led to where we are now. So, like, if you look at history and the thinkers of that time, you'll start to notice some very interesting patterns. You'll start to notice some very familiar thought processes, and things that seem to be like the root of it all. And I think those particular time periods are responsible for being like the inception of everything. And this isn't a philosophy like this current I want to say secular, but it's more like relativistic, almost nihilistic. Well, actually, no, it absolutely is nihilistic. A philosophy that humanity has over time, at least in the more vocal, important, and relevant parts of the world. It has been a philosophy that has been recently adopted and has been evolving. We are in the like logical conclusion of that, and art has taken a toll because of it. Now people don't aspire to reach to anything higher with art. Sometimes people despise the concept of there being anything higher, and even though sometimes there will be mutations, as I like to call them, of people who accidentally make art that aspire to something higher, the ultimately that's really just not the goal anymore. It's production. It's a philosophical problem, and from like my worldview, it's also even like a spiritual problem to an extent. But like that delves more into like metaphysics, and I don't have the vocabulary for that, so I'm still learning about this kind of stuff. So like the reason why you see me use this kind of language all the time is not just because like I'm invested in this stuff. It's also because I'm trying to like train myself to use the vocabulary properly of what I've learned.
Yeah, I
But yeah,
respect
like
that.
so, like it's. I think that's mostly the problem. We're gonna keep that keep it focused on Vic for the time being, because like I said, I think he is just another product of that, but also someone who wants to continue making art that is um not aspiring to just being some sort of consumerist sacrifice to Moloch, basically. So it's the reason I find his take fatalistic, and overall just everything we've been saying up until this point about how media is, how art is at this point, how it's fatalistic. I think it's bad to say to like just give up and just say, "Oh, because it's bad, I'm just gonna just stay in my own corner and just make something good." Um, I'd say it's bad not because it's bad to want to focus on your own stuff, but because why not like even like try to rally up people to like aspire to something greater, to like demand better. As I've said before, like we should demand better, particularly in the Godzilla sphere. We should be demanding better.
Monsterverse sphere.
And so no, Godzilla in general, not just got the monsterverse.
I
But that
disagree.
applies to everything. That honestly just applies to everything, any form of media. Marvel in particular, DC. We I'm gonna save this for the debate, but we had the opportunity, we had the chance to really start something great, and it was fumbled in a way that I didn't even know was possible. Which is why that movie makes me sad. But Superman in particular. But yeah, no, like overall, like I think this was something that Lau said in the Platoon stream.
Platoon.
All right.
Yeah. Like
Sorry
that
to interrupt real quick, but I actually gotta go. I really need to start getting into work on this. So I don't know if I'll be on again for the rest of the stream, but I'll see y'all.
Have a good one.
Is there any way for me to be able to have the floor next? Because I have to like leave in a half hour because I start work at 5.
Yeah, no.
Okay, I'm almost
Monster, done. Actually, wait. Black Culture Point, Sea Monster, go.
All right.
Okay. All right. So to kind of like try to circle it to Vic, with this intervention here. I pretty much definitely think that, because like at least based on like how he's able to sort of analyze, critique media, like Don't Look Up as like an example, which or some other bits of media out there, that maybe that you might could think of right off the top of your head. Like it can be pretty much easily like the way you kind of explain like why that movie doesn't work, is actually just like, wow, this is actually pretty it's fairly well detailed actually, in terms of like talking about like how the film just sort of dropped the ball on what it was trying to do, ultimately with its writing. So and so it's not the same. So when we pretty much hear the attempts to like sort of like make defenses for GXK or 98, it's not really like, it's not so much that we're just like, no, we're just dead set on these movies being bad no matter what. Like, because it's just that we're pretty much open to pretty much hearing any sort of reasoning for why the movies might actually be good. It's just that the points being made to try to defend them they just have not really been sufficient. And that's just because we have so many references to, because especially in context comparison to the various amount of like the variety of problems, like with GXK, for example, in its writing, that's just like, it's really hard to sort of like, just kind of reconcile. It's hard for us to really imagine like reconciling that as like good storytelling, like or even just something like as a small detail, perhaps, as like how like we had that little debate about how like that shot of Zilla over the bridge in 98 was, and how that was shot compared to how like in terms of how the shot was like obscuring him, versus how 2014 had Godzilla being obscured by debris, what have you, while the camera is still kind of more pointed at him. It's like, if we can't really get to some kind of like a agreement in terms of like how the two approaches are different in a lot of ways, like not even so much like which one's better or worse, like which one is kind of different, or at least in terms of like, then it's like, how do we even why even have like a discussion, quite frankly? Like, why even have like a conversation about like whether or not a piece of media is good, in terms of like once you get down to the nitty gritty with the storytelling. I mean, like take it from me, I pretty much know, I get it. I get that you can enjoy something that is poorly written, and or pretty much like come out of a movie that actually is well written, acknowledge it's well written, but it would just not be your cup of tea. I mean, take it from me, like I can pretty much enjoy like a Fast and Furious movie, but I'm not gonna just ignore when there's like something really stupid that happens on screen, like oh wow, that character has set the plot armor for that scene for that character is insane, or because otherwise if it wasn't there, the character would just be dead in like 10 different ways to Sunday. Or like, oh, that's a huge plot hole. Like, I can't just ignore that. And even if I do try to justify it, if I can't justify it without resorting to the meta or anything, then I just have to be like, okay, this is all right. Then that's a bad part of the writing. And it's ultimately just like, how much of that do you see throughout a story? And when you see like enough of them throughout a story, you tally it up, and the magnitude of of the problem, the plot hole, or the issue, or what have you, or even just like how the magnitude of the convenience of the plot, like what you get in something like The Force Awakens, where there's like so many like coincidences or conveniences in the plot just to try to line everything up for the story to play out the way it does, when there's so many variables that that the film just doesn't even acknowledge or really care to take into account. When you tally all those up, then at what point? Then it's like where does the story like where's the line drawn between when between a story being categorized as good and categorized as bad? It's just kind of a and that's kind of more or less where I would sort of stand on that. Like I definitely just kind of wish that's like we bring up like all these like huge fundamental problems with GXK, and we pretty much are open to hearing any sort of hearing about why why the issues are subverted. Essentially, like they're not actually issues. There's actually a reason why why this thing is the way it is and why it actually works in the story, and you just provide context. But when the context is like just because the director wanted it or the writer just wanted it that way, that's just not good. Like it's just, how do you categorize? And in terms of just like in general, like just because like how like where does the line drawn between a movie that you like between a movie that you pretty much would say is good and which one is bad? Whether you like it or not is sort of beside the point. Like they're kind of just two different conversations ultimately.
Something I want to say when it comes to the whole directors wanting it and stuff like that, I think that there can be two purposes to that. Like when it comes to like citing directors' quotes and directors' purposes, I think it works to understand a work better and understand what it's aiming for, and also can be used to correct misconceptions regarding a certain work. However, like you also have to look at the work itself and judge by how well is that goal implemented into the work itself, how consistent it is, all of that.
Yeah, exactly. And
I would have assumed that was implicit. I mean, I just wanted to like interject and say that a lot of the things that you guys are talking about, this is like very elementary stuff. I don't like the fact that we have to keep repeating it, like we've been repeating it for however long this pod has gone, however long we have been, like how long has it been, like a year, 2 years? I don't know how long it's been, but we've been saying this for quite some time. It just feels like, and this is part of the whole just topic on media quality in general. Like there are a lot of things that I feel like I believe should be elementary by now, that
But the problem is they're not. Like I know so many people that will like be like, oh, doesn't matter what this is, or being like, oh, death of the author. They'll try to overly dismiss the director's quotes, or they will put too much emphasis on it without going into how it was done. So I agree with you.
I'm not talking about them though. Like I'm talking about this circle in particular.
Fair. But even with this circle, I do feel like there might be somewhat of a misunderstanding. Like Zim's a smart guy, but me and him do have our disagreements in areas. He influenced me. He's a very intelligent guy, but I will say he does have areas where where I do think where it's like, bro. And I'm sure I'm the same way.
Yeah, like everyone is, but I was going to shift and pivot. He said -1. Okay, like he said -1. Recently, I just I was, because I was working on a little project and I was looking through -1. Like I've actively been trying to find any issues. I genuinely like couldn't find any. But like I'm probably like overlooking.
I'm sorry, Black. It's just that since C won't be here for long, should we maybe let Vic, like comment on what he said before we divide it too long?
Yes,
no,
you're
don't
right.
worry.
You're right. I'm gonna.
I'm gonna be texting someone else because I have a debate scheduled that I'm gonna be doing in somewhere else. So I'm gonna be seeing where I'm at with that. So we may end the stream sooner or later. We'll see. So Vic, respond to what C says, and then when I get a response, we'll kind of see where we're gonna go with the stream.
Wait, what are you debating on?
I'm debating on a Song of Ice and Fire.
Ooh. Huh.
Yeah.
Right. Sorry, I'm a little enthusiastic about this. You go ahead, Vic.
We all are.
Yes.
So, with regards to what C said, forgive me because there was like a middle part that was cut out a little bit for me, but for the most part, I want to say that like, let me see, let me gather my quick thoughts because I can definitely understand and agree with how it may be confusing how or where I draw the line on some things, whether they be either if I like something subjectively versus how I think it comes across objectively, and how I guess with me, I definitely always try to preface whenever I think something is like, or like my subjective takes. I always try to preface it. Um, and then when it comes to things like how you would always bring up like certain issues, and then you have my takes on it. Like I think this is something that honestly happens with anyone I talk to, Black or Zim or anyone else here who I've talked to or debated about certain movies and like the quality wise. Like for me, if I genuinely think something is good objectively, I'll do my best to either defend that or try to get my point across as to why I think it's a good aspect of any certain piece of media. If my arguments are like faulty or based on fallacies, that's just me not being the most knowledgeable person on like how to debate or how to use good tactics. And like going back to, I forget who brought this up. I think it was Gojin who had an issue with what was it? When I said, I'm just gonna find different reasons as to why I think something's good or different reasons for a certain film being good. I like, forgive me if it came across as that, but I don't try to tackle it from that. Like I always try to end off anything that like for example with the different debates of with Black Rooney. I would try to say like I'm gonna try to reevaluate my arguments and or just try to see if I can correct the fallacies that I use in order to better defend my points. Whether or not that's the right way to go about it, you can let me know. But
I'd say that's fair. I just think that when it comes to like I remember you saying something along the lines like I'm gonna try to find new defenses of it, which does come off like intentional confirmation bias. Which again, that's fine. I have no issue with that. But I do think that when we're having this conversation, we need to just like you can call something good if it's based on your subjective feelings. That's fine. You're not hurting anybody. But if you're going to do that, I think that we should, not blur the line. I mean, that we should not. Yeah, we should not. We should clear the line. We should make it clear that hey, I'm looking at this objectively, and hey, I don't need to just like I have a lot of friends who look at things just subjectively. Like one of my friends told me that he's at a point where he doesn't feel the need to justify why he likes something, and that's fine. He looks at things subjectively, and that's okay.
Real quickly, I actually do have to start that debate sooner than I was expecting. So if anyone has anything they're going to want to say as like a last little points.
I love you.
What is it with men falling over themselves for me? But yeah, if anyone has any final things that they're going to want to say, I know, let me bring in Minecraft because I think this is interesting.
Listen,
which you could probably expand into another stream, but I just have
to this definitely would be a good part too. Also, before you guys get pissed at me for lying, apparently class was canceled.
Like, you didn't lie, you were just wrong.
I didn't get the email for whatever reason. So, yeah.
Interesting. Yeah. I mean, I guess the one last thing is sort of like that I would like to say is like yeah, it's fair to pretty much want to be like, well, I mean, I kind of think the movie to be like, I think this movie is actually good, and I want to try to see if I can, see if the writing and just try to like analyze it, how to write, the writing, and see if it can be defended, as being like well written in terms of like following cause and effect and and just being consistent with itself as well as like whatever stories that came before it, if it's a sequel to something that already came out. But it's just kind of the matter of like if I pretty much if you pretty much aren't able to find the defenses, or if the opposing party that you debate with on the matter brings up like points against
Not to
your
push
points.
people, but I do have to wrap it up. So,
okay.
Any short other comments from anyone before we end off?
Yes.
Has to be like a
Guillermo
1-2
movies.
second thing. I'm sorry, guys.
1-2 second
Go watch
thing.
Go watch Guillermo del Toro's movies.
Okay. Nosferatu video coming out in October. I gotta go.
Also-
Bye, guys.
See you.
Bye. I just wanted to say it kind of sucks. By the way, not blaming you, Sim. This always happens. Every time we get philosophical, and it's like this conversation is going places, it's near the end. I feel like we cannot really replicate it on a stream. It's something that flows, and then it just starts, and then we.
Well, that
always
was
cut
why.
it
That's
short.
definitely why I would say definitely. I wish that like everything hadn't had happened the way it was, because then we probably would have started this like way earlier, so that I wouldn't feel like we'd be pushed up against the wall for it. So I mirror.
like to
your
push
feeling
you up
about
against the wall, baby.
Bro, you're like half my size. Stop. You're
We're not talking about where it counts, though.
No, in both cases. Yeah.
But again, Sim, like it's not your fault. This already happened like 2 or 3 times, like
Yeah, it
on
always
Romulus,
happens.
Platoon. Yeah.
Yeah, it sucks. I was gonna like talk about something that Lau said in Little Platoon stream in regards to like ideals, because I do believe like yes, it is. I do believe that at least my position in particular is inherently idealistic, but I also think ideals are meant to be striven towards, not completely dismissed and ignored. So the overall thing that I just want to end this all with, and I noticed that Brayden left, so I thank him for finally being here, because I've been dying to see him like present. To hear what he says, because that man is a brain. He has
Black loves Brayden confirmed.
Maybe I do. What about it? Anyway,
no, I'm with you. That was this was fun. I apologize for popping in and out.
No, you're good. It's literally just the nature of things.
But let Black finish, because he was still going on.
Yeah. Last thing, Black.
Last thing. Overall, Vic, I hope this thing has been food for thought, and we just gave you a banquet. So you're gonna have to make a mukbang of knowledge. So I feel like something Xavier Renegade Angel would say. Anyway, so overall, I think you should definitely let this simmer in your mind. You should probably like give it a lot more thought, listen to this what we're saying, and last thing, I think the whole conversation of like just prefacing, oh, this is objective, I feel like we should stop doing it and just use we have language for that. Instead of saying it's good, if you're being subjective, say, oh, I like it, because at that point it makes it clear. Like you don't need to say, you don't need to go through the extra hoopla, you don't need to go through the extra verbal Olympics to do that. That's why I think I have always said before, just be precise with your language, but also understand that brevity is the soul of wit. Not to say that things have a particular length, but again, that doesn't need to be said. That's the thing. I just hate redundancy.
Then fucking with me will be like super brilliant, because it doesn't last even 2 seconds. I'm super brief. I'm a genius.
So that's why it's funny, huh?
I'm gonna end it off here, guys. Thank you again for putting up with the schedule of this changing, but also me essentially just ending it right away. I appreciate it. I thank you all for coming on. I hope.
Thank you for having us.
Of course, and here's to literally all these Zimcasts. Hopefully there's going to be way more to come. Peace, and as always,
Semper Fi, motherfucker.